What's up, everybody? We are back for some textures. Took a little break over lunch. We had a good session with oil paints. You see, I got my brushes out here. Check this out. Got my brushes out. Yes. So we did some oil painting, but now we are moving to the digital realm. We're going to be doing some textures, talking about textures. So for anybody that doesn't know, I do have a class on Schoolism about understanding textures. You can check it out there. But what I wanted to do today, so I'm not going to be able to go into, sorry, I'm not going to be able to go into everything in extreme detail today because there's a lot to cover. There's a lot of different areas to cover. But what I did want to give you guys with, or what I wanted to leave you guys with, leave you guys with, is an overview of sort of how I approach textures and think of this as sort of the scientific method of understanding textures, okay? So this is like the scientific method. So, you know, you have observation and you have whatever else is in the scientific method. You know, my mind's going blank. I don't know. I learned it as a kid. Like, we went over it and I had to memorize it. Somebody can help me. It's hard to talk all day. It is. I got to tell you guys, it's hard to talk all day. Hypothesis, like, whatever. You guys can tell me the rest of it. Oh, not the greatest when I'm trying to make an analogy for this. Thanks. I'm glad you like this texture page. Yeah, I'm exploring a lot of different textures. I want to get to 500 eventually. I have more than what's on here. But there's a lot of fun with these. I've had a lot of fun with these. Some of my favorites are this flamingo pop that sort of created. This was like a weird cow texture that turned into something weird on the stream. The bee is funny. This slime one is good. I think that slime one's pretty good. There's some that I was still learning as I was learning exactly how to utilize the tools. This one's pretty good. This was strange. This was like a I can't remember what organ that was. Was that a liver or something like that? I can't remember what it was. But there's lots of different textures here. You can see lots of different exploration, and I like to have fun with it too. We're gonna do that today too. We're gonna have a little bit of fun with it. I like to have fun with it and not just like so like this cat, right? So I use this in my class. This cat. I'm painting a regular cat, but then I'm thinking, all right, if I wanted to shave this cat and show the bare skin, could I do that? And what if this cat had hair, like proper hair, like Gwyneth Paltrow style hair or whatever, there you go. What about like if it had a mane or like a weird, like half lion kind of thing going on? This is called a sea pig. And I didn't really take much liberty with that. They pretty much look like that. Dripping paint, stuff like that. So, even like a digital one. So I like to try to explore different ones to try to figure out, what makes these textures tick. Because the reason that I started going down this path is because I would see lots of different artists do things very simply. So they would have a very, very simple painting, very just sort of, like very efficient painting, and they're describing things with very little information, and they were able to get textures to read really nicely. And even comic book artists, like I'd see comic book artists doing things. And I'm like, man, how are they getting that texture to read like that and read properly like that? And a lot of what it comes down to is understanding the way textures work. And so then I thought, okay, I can come up with a system for myself of how I study things. And then when I can use that system from texture to texture and sort of have a system for how I can go about it. That's been the biggest change for me, is understanding what tools I should use to analyze a texture. That's what has really helped me sort of internalize the process. And so I break it down to a number of different things. We're going to talk about those today. Like I said, I'm going to give you an overview of each of those and sort of use some textures that will cover that, Like here's one of the first ones I did. This was like a bar of soap that was actually I took a picture of it, it was in my shower. I was about to get in the shower and I saw this like pink bar of soap. And I think I actually made that soap, if I remember right. I think I made that. and so I took that, and it was real dull, and it sat out, and it wasn't wet at all. So I did that, and I was like, man, how would I be able? It's got like a weird cutout area over here on this one, but on the upper one with the soap on it right there. But I was thinking, how would I, when it was all soapy and I put it down after my shower, I was like, how would I do that? How would I get this to look like soap and get it to look like bubbly like that without having to paint the whole thing, to be super detailed about that. Like, how can I do that? So then I started exploring with that, and that's what sort of led me into this texture path. And I think I'm going to it's bugging me that this is out here. This has got a weird like edge on it. I'm just going to go in and adjust that a little bit. I don't think it's there on the original. I must have been when I copied and pasted it and brought it into here. It had a weird there. That's at least a little better. So that was a big moment for me, because I kind of did that, and I thought, okay, I can do more of these textures. This is weird. This Pac-Man. Some of them are like, you'll do a lot, and then you'll realize, like, you got to keep it interesting. And so there's a pomegranate thing. And so you can see, like, a lot of these, like, I saw somebody was mentioning the marshmallow. This is like, it's pretty loose. When you look at that, it's very, very loose, right? So the goal is to get them to read from like this distance. That's the goal. And not to read necessarily from here. And because if I go too detailed, I don't really get the sense of the texture then. It's like I'm relying too much. Like, I wouldn't be able to do that with every painting. I want to be able to know what makes that texture tick, how it works, and be able to sort of, store that information and then use it later. So you can see there's lots of different types. Some are going to be like, this is more of what you'd like use for an illustration. There isn't really, this kind of a thing. You can see some reference from Hawaii and stuff like that looks like this, but it's definitely it's a combination of observation from reference and reality, and a combination of just imagination. You're going to have to a little bit there. This octopus is pretty much close to what it is in reality. That was pretty much, close to that. A lot of this other stuff was too, but I've got, like on our stream, what we'll do is we'll do a texture study sometimes, and then we'll take it and I have to make a character out of it. So I have to kind of like real quick just use it, and so I stored those because they're always funny. We did recently. I did this one. This actually was a very difficult texture. This was apparently someone went to McDonald's and got chicken McNuggets, and there was a long time ago. This is like when I was growing up. There was a head of a chicken that looked like it was like breaded like a chicken McNugget, and I think it did cause a lawsuit. I think, but that texture of something that's fried, especially when there's a shape. I was trying to find something that was a shape that was also fried, and that was the most like distinct shape. And it was kind of funny to begin with, but stuff like this, when you break it down and you realize what's going on, when you work through it and struggle through it and figure out what's happening, when you have that system of when you build a system to understand it and you start utilizing all those things, it becomes easier. Every other texture that comes, you know how to handle it, and you also remember it a lot better. So, let's see. Let me just see. Yes, this stream will be available afterwards. I've got, I think tonight I'm going to put up the streams from today and also the streams from yesterday. I didn't have much time yesterday to put the stream up, but I did render it out. But they're big files. They're very big files. So I don't think I'll have to edit the ones from today very much. And I realized I didn't start recording yet. I'm so glad you said that. So let me do that. All right, so now we're recording. I've talked a little bit, but only for a couple minutes, so we didn't lose too much. We haven't fully dived in yet. But once you sort of break through this idea of how to get a particular texture and you understand it, then anything else that's similar, you can capture. Anything else that is like even somewhat related, like you have a base there. So how do you do? How do you make something look slimy? Why is it that something looks slimy and not wet? This blood looks a little more wet, but blood is a little bit thicker than just water, right? And it's different. It's different. It's it's got a different feel to it. Even different tongues, like this tongue it's got a different feel than a human tongue. and we'll talk about the differences there. But how, all of that stuff, when you start to get a handle on how that all works and how you do it, it changes the way that you paint, because then very quickly you can sort of get an understanding of what you need to do to get a texture to read. Here's an axolotl, if anybody is like a axolotl sphere. Even stuff like this, like fire and stuff, that becomes a texture too, and figuring that out becomes really tricky. We will often, like on the stream, we'll do a texture, and then this kind of looked like a person, so we turned it into a person, and But the cool thing is you really do see similarities when you start doing textures. You start seeing like how things are related, and you get a good handle on that. So let's dive in. Let's start talking about that. But let me see. Okay. That toasted marshmallow, though, that's good. I'm glad you like that one. Would you save this on social media? Yes. So this is going to go up. Well, this will go up on YouTube. So and I'll link to it. I'll link to it off my Instagram if that's what you mean. I don't know if the Lightbox streams are available to watch later. I'm not sure. It depends how they want to handle that. For me, I was just doing mine on my Twitch stream, and you guys were just getting funneled here, So I don't know about that. I think I'm not even sure if that's up to the individual artists or not. I'm not sure. But okay. Oh, the creators have control. I mean, those who are doing the talks have control over whether it's available. Okay. Yeah. And some people need to protect that, So for me, this is perfect, because I'm going to go through all these, ideas of texture, and yeah, I'm going to give you some of the information, right? But I can't, I literally can't give you all the information. My textures class is hours and hours and hours and breaks down each individual texture and stuff like that. We want to answer questions on here. We want to be talking, we want to be interacting. I'm not going to be able to cover everything. So if you get the itch from this, to me, it makes sense. I'll make it available, because this will lead people to that class where they can learn more. Because there's no way I could cover everything that, that I would need to. Like, the class covers it way more detail. Like I said, we're going to be doing like a run and gun sort of style, and we're just going to roll with it. So, okay. Good. I'm glad that you guys feel like these look good. Yeah, some of them are more realistic than others. The realism actually is not the most important part, actually, I would say. I would say the realism, like getting it to look like it's 100% real, like you could hold it, is not the most important thing. I think actually just understanding how the texture functions is the key thing. And, getting a handle on sort of the characteristics, that's the important thing. But, because, this chocolate down here, like this one, that doesn't really look realistic. It does. It looks round and stuff, but it doesn't necessarily look realistic. But I think it does convey. That's a Ferrero Rocher. I love Ferrero Rocher so much. I love Ferrero Rocher. They're like the best. Which I just found out fairly recently that Nutella's on the inside of Ferrero Rocher. Who knew? I didn't know. Maybe everybody knew that. I didn't know that. But that's why it's so good. So yeah. So there's that. Obviously, this head's very realistic. I actually did draw an alien for an illustration, and we on the stream we made a gummy version of it to see if we could like put that knowledge to the test. This actually I used my brother. My brother was in a real bad accident, and I had a picture of his, and we used this for the reference for that, which was very interesting to understand bruising and different things like that, and how your skin reacts to that, which is fascinating. We're going to do some skin stuff too. I know a lot of people have questions about skin, and we're going to cover how to do that, how to approach that, and how to look at things, how to analyze different skin tones. Because if you can analyze different skin tones, and I wanted to make that a big part of this because it's important. And I think a lot of people really want to know how to paint skin, and so I wanted to make that a part of it. We also have some other things here. I wanted you to just look through this, okay? So just to, yeah, you said, is that a mantis head in a chocolate cup? Yeah, yeah. So on the stream we would typically do a texture, something similar to this, and then I would be answering questions and stuff, and it would end up turning into something very, very weird. So yes, we did this. I did the Ferrero Rocher, and then I did a praying mantis head, and so somebody said, well, you gotta put it in like what I think I was looking at the Ferrero Rocher like what it would be in, and so I put the head inside the Ferrero Rocher cup. Then they said, well, you got to add a monocle and like a bronze hat or something like that on there. So I said, okay, let's do it. So yeah. So look. The thing is, and this sounds funny, this sounds crazy, but I truly believe this. Like, if you want to remember something, have some fun with it. So remembering what you did for the texture, like you have to have fun with it. So I saw people on on this. They were doing these memory competitions. So I don't know if you guys have heard of this, but like someone will take like 2 decks of cards, right? So they'll do like, over 100 cards, and they will just show it to people. Or they get the cards in that order, right? And then they have to memorize every card, and they only have like a certain amount of time, right? So they have like and sometimes it's like a large number of it's like a bunch of numbers, or it's a bunch of like suits and card numbers and stuff. They have to, it's like this contest where they have to remember all those things. And they were like asking them, well, how, people were asking like, how can you remember 200 cards, like random cards in a row, and learn that in like a half hour or 20 minutes? And the way they said they do it is they create these like, the way this one guy described it was like a mind mansion. So you create this mind mansion, and you like have these rooms in this mansion, and you go through the rooms. And he said in each room you have whatever, each of those cards is a room or something. And he said, and you tell yourself a story, and you as you go through the rooms, you'd say like, well, the ace of spades is in here, right? So you'd make up some story in that room about the ace of spades. And then you go through. So then you start walking yourself through the story, and it helps you remember all those. So it gives you a reason. But this is the interesting thing, and this is the point that I wanted to get to, is what they said was, they said in each room, in order to make it more memorable, they said the more gross, foul, like, just depraved you could make it, they said, like, whatever the most outlandish thing is and the most disgusting thing, whatever it is, he said, if you can think of a scene like that, you'll remember it. You'll remember what's there. And in each room, he said, you just keep it private. You don't tell somebody else, like, but, I mean, it's like that with my kids. If I want them to remember something, I'll tell them, I'll like, if I'm trying to work with my kids on something for school and I want them to remember, I'll tell them, I'll like add poop into the story or something. And that's when the teacher pooped on top, they're like, oh, they're laughing, but they remember that. They remember what I said because I attached that to it. And so I really do believe that. Like, I think if you want to internalize this info and you want to be able to use the info that you've gathered from these textures, do something fun with it. Do a weird, bizarre cow alien thing, because you'll remember. I remember putting these veins down on this and using like that desaturated texture on there and stuff like that. Like, I'm sorry, desaturated color scheme on there and things like that. I remember all that. I remember this being like a weird turkey, like, and I remember what I did for these different areas. And same thing with my brother. Like, this was really, like, my brother getting in that accident, that was rough. Like, he almost died. Like a plow truck hit the side of his car. And I mean, I couldn't believe when I saw his car was dented way in. But that's why this info stuck in my head. I remembered, oh, yeah, okay, my brother, like when he got that, like, and when I studied that and looked at that, it helped it stick in my mind a lot more. So same thing with this. Like, this chicken, my wife thinks this is so disturbing. This one is like one of the more, I feel like this is really disturbing, but it's just weird. But she thinks that's really, really disturbing because it just has no face. It bugs her. But again, when you do something like that, something fun, it changes things. It changes things. So I turned this rock into like a Pokemon, like just for fun during the stream. Let's see if I can. I'll see if I can find it. Rock texture. I think it's this one. Let's see if it's here. Let me look and see. Yeah. So I turned it into like I was saying this would be funny as a here, I'll show you. And this is the kind of thing you want to do. So look, I had these references. I was like, how does granite work, and how does granite look, right? So This is like the base level one. So I did the texture and then I did the base level one on top. And then I was like, okay, how would it transform? It would turn into this weird thing, and then it would turn into this massive mountain that just like destroyed everyone. I didn't get to finish it, but also I was looking at some marble textures there too. But yeah, doing this fun thing. See, I got to build on top of this, change the overall texture, like get different shapes with it, and still retain that character. So I'm a strong believer in that. I really think that helps and makes a difference, even though and it's funny too. It's just funny. So all right, so let's dive into it. We'll come back to those. So how do we go about this, and make these things look realistic? How do we break down what we're seeing in reality and remanufacture it for the viewer, right? So if I wanted to take a car and I wanted to make the car more streamlined, I wanted to make it, a little bit a better design. I wanted to, change things and modify things and get it to be just a simpler design and more straightforward, more clear and better, functioning. I would have to understand how the car was put together, right? So I can't just take something out of the engine and say, well, this part doesn't matter. That might matter a lot. That part might matter a ton, and I just took it out and now I ruined the whole thing, right? I have to know how a car was put together in order to disassemble it, redo it, and put it back together. So the key to starting out with textures is learning to observe, okay? So you have to observe. So much of becoming an artist is really just observation. It's observation and observing the right things and and being accurate in those observations. When I walk with my kids, they stop every 2 seconds. I mean, they stop every 2 seconds. They're starting to get older. My son Sam is 10 and my daughter's 8, and then Pip is 4. So she stops more than anybody else. But they stop and they look at things, right? And they say, "Oh man, this is so cool. Look at this. Like this is really awesome." And I'm like, "Yes, it is awesome." Like they remind me how cool life is, and like they'll see a bug that I've seen a million times. Look at this praying mantis, Dad. That's really, really cool. And look at how its legs are like this. Like they've never seen it before, And all of a sudden it's very, very cool. And to me, I'm like, oh yeah, that is awesome. I haven't really thought about that for a while. That is really cool. And so when I look at the world through their eyes, they're seeing everything fresh, and they're learning to observe they're observing like very acutely. Like they're remembering when they leave, like they're thinking about that praying mantis. They're like, that thing was creepy. It had legs, or that one spider was real. They feel things like that. They're like, that spider really scared me, and it looks really disgusting. And what makes it disgusting, right? So then we go to the next step. And we say, what makes it disgusting? What makes it give that emotional feeling, or what gives it that particular look, right? Look, so these are two different colors. So let's look at this. Let's just look at this as an example. So this is it's in Scotland. It's like a dogberry or something like that. I can't remember what it is, but it's something like that. But if we look at this, let's change this to be the same sort of color scheme as here. Let's change the hue. It'll be weird, like the background will be weird and stuff, but let's just get that to where that's blue. There we go. And we start looking at that, and we'll get it to be a little bit more desaturated. Let's do this. A little bit more desaturated, and we look at this. Now, if we look at it like that and we say, what's the difference between this berry here and this berry here, right? That's what's going to give them a different look. Now, obviously, color does come into play. Color does make a big difference. But we have to know what really makes that different. These are very, very similar things, right? They're two different. This is like a flowering dog plant or something. I can't remember, but but this is, if this was a berry, it's still connected to a plant. They're still very, very similar, but there's key differences. And it's not just based on the lighting, it's based on the surface. So let's just start analyzing some of the things that are different here. And oh, you like that? Oh, you like this page? You want this as I actually, when I hit 500, I am gonna have it as a poster, because it'll be really funny to like have that just all the textures in your room. It's so weird, nobody would know what that is. Mind Palace, thank you, whoever said that. Yes, it was the Mind Palace. That's what it is. Yeah. But the brushes that I have, I should get that out of the way too. I'll talk about that, but the brushes that I have are really just Kyle brushes. It's all of Kyle brushes stuff, which you can get on the cloud or off the cloud. There's some people that went to the other class that had it off the cloud, which I think I think you can actually download it. Like, it's free to download and stuff, but you can't get to that part of the cloud. Like, if you don't have a subscription or something. I'm not sure how it works, but I've got like just a bunch of different things. Aaron Griffin, Houston Sharp, Justin Gerard, Gregor Rutkowski. I've got Piotr Yablonski's brushes in here, but the main ones that I go to are like the Mega Pack for Kyle Brush. And so I've pieced mine together. I could make mine available, but the problem with making mine available is, like, I feel bad because it's just everybody else's brushes. And some of them I can't because, like, Gregor Rutkowski, like, he sells it through his Gumroad. And so I don't want to give away his brushes, you know? But I've got such a mishmash. But I'm going to talk about how to create brushes today. I'm going to talk about how you can find your own and create your own. So that, don't worry about that. We're going to talk about that. But okay, so these two berries, let's talk about the differences. Let's see what's different about this. And this is really going to, you know, make the difference here. Now, if we look at the silhouette's pretty much the same on both of these, right? Silhouette plays a huge role. And yes, that is a balloon giraffe. That is a balloon giraffe. And he's pooped a little, you know. There you go. You know, so the colors are obviously different. Like, the local color is obviously different. That does play a role. So obviously, if this is like a blueberry, this is something else. The local color is going to play a role. The silhouette does play a huge role. Not in any of these that we have up here, although in this it would, and I'll show you why when we go to do that. But just look at some of the differences. Actually, having said that the silhouette doesn't play a role, look at this. This shape is more of like a teardrop shape. That could affect how you perceive this. So if you don't do this in a teardrop shape, which actually is really part of the silhouette and the overall shape, if I do it like this, all of a sudden you might be like, well, is that a red currant, or is that a tomato, or is that it could be a number of other things. So shape, a lot of times in the silhouette, does play a role, especially if something, you'll see when we get to it, like, is hairy or this part of the silhouette does play a role. See that? See where it's really rough like that? So let's just try to do these textures. Let's try to do these textures and work them out, and we'll take a look at this and we'll see how it's different. So let's just start observing. So let's do this red one first. Actually, I'll make it a bit bigger and put it down here so you guys can see it more clearly. Okay. Okay, so let's sort of carve out that shape. And I'm just going to get it somewhat similar to that local color. It's kind of a fiery, it's an orangey kind of red. And it's pretty saturated. It's somewhere in there. That's like the darker value of it, I think. In the lighter areas, it gets a little bit more red, but we'll do this for now. Like this. And we're going to get that same sort of shape. Let's carve the, oops, let me pick a different brush for this. There we go. All right, whatever. I'm going to use the clear mode for this instead, since Photoshop is being dumb. So let's clear this out. Let's get this shape really specific. And see, there's undulation there. It kind of undulates down at the bottom here of the shape and kind of flows up like that. Undulates a bit. And we get a fairly distinct shape. It's almost like an almond kind of shape or something. But so I've got a separate layer there. Now let's just select that layer. Now let's start looking. All right. So one of the really we'll actually, before we do that, let's get in the local value for this, and let's capture that silhouette. Now what's happening here? What's happening in this area? Right here. Let's do this. Oops. Let's do this. Why is it not? Oh yeah, I have it on clear. That's why. What's happening in this area right there? What is the silhouette? It obviously doesn't look like this here, like flat like that, and really, smooth and all of that. But what specifically is going on between the shapes of light and dark and the different values that are in there and the different, you know, different, like you have a lighter value here, you have like a mid-range value there, you have a darker value there, you have a shadow underneath that. What's happening there? It's obviously not the same color, right? Now it's easy to see here. These are all easy things to see, but when you look at that, how would I duplicate that pattern? So I'm going to shoot for somewhere like in this mid-range. So you can see like this mid-range is like that, but I'm actually going to choose the color because I want it to be, I think it's a little bit different from the color picked version. So I'm going to kind of choose that mid-range. Now look, I'm going to do this on a separate layer. I want to duplicate that effect. It's sort of like a stringy effect, but it's a little bit rough. I'm going to try to duplicate that effect with this brush. Kind of get that same effect to what's going on there. Erase this side out. And now we've got something that's very, very similar. It's not about copying this thing that's here. I will use it as a reference. I don't care if I'm copying that. You know, that's not really what I'm concerned about. If the shape is exactly the same and all that stuff. I want to understand how it's put together. So that silhouette is like that. Now, let's go back to the berry part, this berry section of this. What do we see that's happening? What's going on with the surface? What colors do we see? How is the light interacting with this? You know, what kind of shadows are we getting? When you go from shadows to lights, what happens to the color? What happens to, you know, the overall feel of the surface, all of that? You know, so first big thing that you notice is going to be that highlight, right? So the highlight is there. Highlights give you tons of information about the surface. They give you tons of information about the surface, tons of information about the texture, and this is why. Because a highlight is going to catch on certain areas that are raised on the surface and certain areas that aren't raised, like they have little like divots, like if you had a cut through this. If I wanted to make this look like it was really scored and really cut, and it had some scratches on it, I could do this, right? Kind of come through here and have that show up like that. These highlights would be a little bit more broken up, and that would tell you that the surface was kind of scratched up, right? You think, oh, the rest of it has like scratches on it too, if you see that. So the highlight can give you so much information about the texture, and that's one of the first things that you notice on this. So the texture and the surface of this thing is actually looking like this, right? It's sort of got this very, very rough, it's not that big, of course, but you've got this really rough texture sort of showing up like that, but it fades out from this highlight as well. You have a center point, and then the light fades out from it. You'll have, if you have glass or something like that, and you're painting glass, you'll get this really sharp highlight that sort of sits there like that. You won't get this type of a highlight with a surface that's not like that. So let's start just putting down some values on this. So this for the shadow value, let's take a cue from what they've got there. Just drop this in. Again, I'm not trying to copy this. As it gets towards the light and the light is hitting it here, it actually gets a little bit more cool. It actually goes a little bit more towards the pinks. Actually, and there's these little, I don't know if you can see it, but it's very faint. But there's these areas that are a little bit darker. I'll try to show you. I'll go over top of this. There's these areas that are a little bit darker red in here. Like you can see, like especially right here, you can see like these little patches that are a little bit darker red. That plays into this as well, how this is going to read and how it's going to appear. So let's do this. Let's just paint this up. It gets more fiery red, more, actually it gets a little bit more orangish red, like towards the lights. So we're going to come in here. We're going to place that there. Yep. And then we've got this right here. And then in the transition area, it's a bit more like, see, it stays much more saturated than that. So I'm going to capture that much more saturated. It gets much more pink as I get closer to the upper section. It almost gets like that in that upper section. So that's all just done by observation. So this particular thing, I know a lot already. I know, okay, this, gets a little bit more pinkish up there. The highlight is a very particular way. The shadows stay warm. They stay pretty warm, for the most part. And the highlight, let's get the highlight in there. And this really shows off a lot of the texture. Like that sort of a thing, right? So I have a brush that can get, a rougher texture. If I needed a smoother one, we'll go over that soon too. But now the transitions are very smooth, and there's actually a little bit that's reflecting underneath there. So that's the next step. The next step is to look at those transitions and say, these transitions are very, very smooth. Let's start working on that. Get that underneath. I'm going to cover up this right here. I'm using 20% opacity here. And this actually gets much darker back here. And it actually gets a little bit, like I said, it gets a little bit more, it's almost like the transition into the shadows is a little bit more orange and very intense. But then when it gets to the shadows, it actually gets a little bit more towards the cooler reds, like the purplish reds, slightly. But in here, it's actually a little bit more orange. So I'm going to try to capture that. Like this. Like this. We've got these areas up here. It's actually a little bit darker along the edge. So now we've got something that's just a base sort of idea of what's in there. Let's really try to be accurate with the highlight. And this is happening really quickly. You know, we can do this really quickly because we understand what's happening there. As it goes out, it starts to be a little bit more transparent. So it actually starts to shift a little bit more towards the reds as it goes out. But it retains a little bit of sort of like a coolness, like a desaturated coolness. So I'm going to try to capture that. And we'll adjust this. We're going to come in here. We also have that spotting. Remember that spotting that was happening? I was telling you guys that there was like some areas that are a little bit, like the red is a little bit darker. And I want to capture a bit of that. And this is just the first texture too. We're going to be diving into this a lot more. We got plenty of time, you know. We got 3 more hours, so don't worry. But I just want to kind of introduce you to some of the concepts and how we're going to go about this. But very quickly, we can start to get this to look realistic. Look at the highlight. It kind of goes down like that. And then there's also areas where it's a little bit more of a groove in the surface there. But there is a faint area around that that's showing up too. So I'm going to go low opacity, have that area go around it. But it's limited. Oops. Limited to this side. So we're going to go here. Again, I'm not trying to, I mean, I'm using this as a reference, but I don't care if it's exactly the same or not. I'm not really worried about that. So. Oh. Can't see what I'm doing. Okay. Oh, the follow notification comes over. You can't see what I'm doing. Okay, gotcha. Let me move that. Thanks for whoever put that in, the box. I appreciate it. Sorry about that. There we go. I fixed it. We should be good. Sorry about that, guys. I appreciate you guys following. I do. I'm sorry. I was making you pay for it when you did. Sorry about that. So look, we've got something that's very similar, but look at what's happening with the highlight in this area. Here, I'll show you. The highlight in this area, this is bleeding through right there. The color is bleeding through a little bit in a very rough way. In a very particular way. And this is something that I want to talk to you guys about it's going to come into play with a lot of these textures that we do. But you have to, there's no other way to really say this, but you kind of have to get the feel of what happens with the breakup on a particular texture. So when you have two values butting up against one another, and you have a lighter area and a darker area butting up against one another, when you have a shadow here, this is all very smooth down here, but when you have a highlight that's a lighter value, and you have that sitting up against this area that's around it, you have to look at what I call the breakup pattern for how that highlight is breaking up into the area around it. In order for that texture to read properly, you have to capture that pattern and the way that the light breaks up there. So if I do this, and I kind of come in like this, that of course is going to convey a different sort of texture. If I come in and do this and make it like, you know, swirled like this, that's going to convey a little bit of a different texture, right? That tells you like something else is going on. If I have it scratched, if I have dark areas cutting through that, it's going to look scratched, right? Like that kind of a thing. Like that's going to look like there's gouges in the surface, you know, especially if you were to make those areas brighter and all of that and have that coming through. That will look like it's gouged. So, you know, the breakup pattern that you observe between values on the surface really makes a difference. Let me show you. This is what I show in my class as an example. I want to show you this. Half moon. Let's see. Let's look at a half moon image. Okay. Where do you see the biggest information of texture? It's right there at that mid-range point. Right where that transitions into the darks is a huge, huge part of where you see that texture. You don't see it all the way in the lights. You don't see it, you know, in the darks. Like in the shadow areas, you're not going to see it. You're going to see it right there where it transitions from the darks to the lights, because that's where the texture is going to show up. That's where the light is more to the side, of course, on the moon. And it's highlighting those craters, this edge of the craters, and this part's dark. That's how you're seeing that surface texture. When you have a highlight, too, it gives you a little bit of evidence as well for that that texture. You know, you could see that on here. That's what's showing on here. It's actually not showing there as readily as it is here. So it just depends on the object. But anytime you have two values that are sitting up against one another, if you want to paint it very simply and still capture the essence of that texture, you have to understand the breakup pattern. There's a very specific breakup pattern to craters on a moon. And so if you can design a brush or simulate it with your brush strokes, how those dark shapes kind of you know, mingle with what's next to it, you're going to be able to get a hold of it. So look here, let me show you. Whoops. I have a conure bird. I have that texture that I'm going to do as well. So take a look at this, right? So let's just break it down to just two values. Right, so let's break it down to two values. Let me see if I can get it to read the way I want it to. Yeah, look at that. That's the breakup pattern. See that? If you can simulate that, this breakup pattern from the dark side to the light side, you know, yeah, there's other information on the moon. There's like, it's got a particular local color. It's got, you know, different things going on. But if you can duplicate that breakup pattern there, you can get it to look like it's a surface of a moon. And you don't need it anywhere else. Look over here. There's nothing over there. There's nothing over there. It's just those, whatever they call it, like Mara or whatever, like the moon, the seas or whatever. It's just the darker areas. It's just changing, maybe a little bit of a value change, a little bit of a color change. You know, that's it. That's over there. They don't have a ton of textural information. You don't know what the surface is like from the lighter areas. So it's the same here. The highlight is giving you that information about how this is put together. So now let's move to this area. Let's move to this area and start capturing that. So this is a bit darker. Come in here. And now we see it mingled with some of these lighter, a little bit more yellow areas in here, right? So I'm using that brush that has that breakup pattern that's on there. I'm trying to keep it random, right? So I'm looking for the impression of what's going on here, right? I'm not looking to copy it. I'm not going to copy every tiny little thing that's showing up in there. I can't do that, you know, and I don't want to do that. But I found this brush will simulate this. And then when I come in here and when I put this shadow underneath that's being used here, just like it is on here, when I put this shadow underneath, we start to get a feel for how that's put together there. Gets a little bit lighter right around there, you know, that sort of thing. Gets a little bit lighter. This sort of bleeds in here a bit more. And, you know, and we still need more of that shadow underneath there. Let's go here and just drop that shadow. You see, I'm going back and forth from layer to layer and using the selection to help keep it so I don't have to, so I'm not painting outside of this. Okay, let's get rid of that. And this is just a very, very simple, very straightforward texture. Let's see here. Let's do this. Is this underneath here? Where is that? Where did I put that layer? There it is. Okay. Let's just change this shape a little bit. Just clean it up. Because that silhouette, it will play a huge role in how you perceive this. You know, if you're painting someone and you do this, you know, if you're painting somebody and you, here, let's do it this way. You're painting someone's face, right? So you're like, here's their face, and you're painting their hair, and you make their hair like this. Right? It's not really going to look like hair. You can come in and do like that. It looks better. but it's not really going to look like hair. It's too flat. It's too hard edged. The second you start doing this and you start adjusting that silhouette, all of a sudden it reads like hair, doesn't it? But it's not just the outer part of the silhouette. It's not that. It's not just that. It's this inner part too, and how that breaks up. So you can have a very, very simple value structure and still get away with it if the silhouette works. So that's in essence what we're doing here. So let's and that area you can see is not necessarily totally finished, but you could leave it like that. If this was a quick sketch, you could totally leave it like that, and you wouldn't really need to do much else. Let's go here. On this edge, this pink area sort of carries all the way over to the side. This lighter area sort of persists on this side. It gets a little bit darker right along the edge, but not much. But that may be all you need to do for this particular one to get it to work. Now, there's also these little pieces of things that are showing up in here. They're very small, but there's like little pieces of things that are showing up. We could put those on if you want, and it looks like it might be a part of the surface. So you can drop those in as well. This is like a little gouge in the surface and stuff like that. But there's also some reflective areas underneath. See that little side of reflection? That observation is going to help us a lot. I'm going to go 10% opacity and just drop that in underneath. Now that's going to look a little bit more glossy, a little bit more. And actually, I'm going to put that on top too. Like a 10% sort of opacity thing like going across there, right? So now we've got something that looks fairly close to what's there, you know, pretty quickly. So let's use this same methodology and let's do this blueberry looking thing. Let's just do this like, you know, let's just do it in a round shape and do it pretty quickly. So what do we see? Like overall, like local color on this is sort of what? It's not blue. Like blue isn't good enough, right? Blue's not good enough. Blue is not enough to say. You can't just say like, well, it's just blue. You know, it leans more towards like the purple side. It's not a seafoam blue. You know, if I come and paint that in a seafoam blue, it's not going to work. It won't. A lot of textures, it won't work if I do that. Even if I have it the right value and I drop that in, it's going to look odd, right? So I need this to be more towards the purple side. But as you add white to it and you make it lighter, it's going to sort of end up like that, right, somewhere around there. So we're going to drop this in. It's a little bit more desaturated too, so we can see that. If I make it too saturated, it won't work. As it gets lighter, sort of does that. So let's get a shadow value on this. You can see that sort of down here at the bottom of that, you know, you can see that shadow value. Let's get a nice transition working on this. Let's get some transition values in place, and then we'll start worrying about like how the highlight looks and all of that. I just want to show you how quickly you can kind of bring this all together. It gets a little bit warmer towards some of the edges. Like there's a little bit more of a warmer purple like that. Okay. Let me I'm going to finish this one, and I'm going to go through the chat and make sure that I'm getting all your questions. Sorry. I'm trying to get through a lot of info for you guys. I apologize. So I missed the everybody's like, it's right in the way. Okay, so this highlight, look at this highlight. It's way more dispersed than this one. It's way more dull. It's not sitting out like this. That gives you information about the texture. It's not like dolphin skin, which I'm gonna try to do, where you have this really sharp highlight. So you're gonna come in here. Let's drop in some darker values like this. Let's have some reflected light in here. Let's say there's some green on the ground that's giving it some reflected light. Okay. And let's just create the transitions first. Let's just get a round object first. Looking good with some of this color scheme that we have. And because we chose the colors appropriately, now this needs to be a little bit more towards this side. So it's a little bit more towards sort of the desaturated bluer side. And if it's saturated or desaturated, it does make a difference. You don't want to just ignore that info. And the color family that it belongs to, getting as close to that as you can is very important. So I'm just at 20% opacity here. Just dropping this in. Just getting the spherical side of this working. Getting it to look round. Getting it to look like it's working. So now I'm going to look at this. And the patterns of these things right here. It's very rough. I'm gonna grab a brush that's very rough. It's if I use a light touch, it kind of does this. I think that will suit this pretty well. And I think I want to use the darker value scheme. And look, I'm gonna look at this. I'm gonna say like let's just drop some of these down. Now I know this won't be 100% exactly the same, but again, I'm looking for that breakup pattern. And I don't even need this to be, I can make it all the same value. I can go back in and adjust it later. I'll show you how I'm going to do that later. But I don't need it to, I don't even need it all to be the exact right value because I can go back in and adjust that. But I want the same sort of feel to the breakup pattern that's on there. Some of them are coming right over the edge like that. Some of them are not. And so then I can select, because I made that a separate layer, I can select that layer. Then I can come back in with this brush, and I can say, well, it gets a little bit lighter here. So let's make this part a little bit lighter, and this part gets a little bit lighter up here. And I can just select that one, control click, and select that one layer. I can erase whatever areas I want to. Now I'll take a separate layer, go over top, look for that highlight. It's a little bit towards the warm side. It's kind of like a yellowish, and it's more faint, like I said. It's not that sharp. It's going to be much darker. So we're going to come in. We're going to make sure we establish this similar to how it is on the original. That's way too dark, or way too light. I'm sorry, but we will put that in a little bit. We'll just reduce the opacity there a bit. And it has a little bit of a rough breakup, but it fades out pretty quickly, this highlight. So we come in, we establish that here. And then we can modify these shapes. You know, you can always come back to paint over top of this stuff and modify these shapes a little bit. You can come in, like up here actually gets a little bit more, you know, you can kind of get it a bit more light, and the surface gets a little bit more like this. You can do whatever you want to get that particular texture and get it to read properly. But that's just a quick way to jump in and do this. So let's look at some other textures. Let's look at some other things and take that same level of observation and really look at them. So here, let's look at, actually before I do that, let me just cover the chat. I want to see if you guys have any questions and all of that. I'm kind of plowing forward. So all right, let's see here. Okay. Oh, everybody's like, the follow notification. Sorry. I'm really sorry, guys. That was really lame. Thank you so much, Scruff Aces. That was good. Scruff Aces to the rescue. I saw purple out of my eye. I was like, I gotta fix that. Okay. Yeah, don't worry. There was so much despair in the chat. I'm glad I saw it. I'm really sorry, guys. I feel bad. I'm scrolling down looking for questions. Everybody's just like, no. You're lamenting the let's see. Yes, acrylics would work similar to this. Like, yeah, so when you render and do this for traditional mediums, like, so when I find a brush that gets that breakup pattern, so I might come in like this and establish this breakup pattern and go, okay, here, I'm going to do it like this. You know, boom, boom, like that. Oops, I want to get rid of this, like that. You know, I can come in and do this. I can do it digitally pretty easily, right? I can have just stuff that is, it's very easy for us to find things that look rough like that and have that texture digitally. But in reality, you have to kind of create something to do that. So when I'll work with oils and stuff or acrylics or whatever, you know, you'll see guys that used to, with the acrylics, they flick the toothbrush and get all the spots on there. Or, what's his name? Jeremy Mann. You guys probably know Jeremy Mann. You know, his paintings, you know what he uses on this to get this like really interesting sort of textural effect? He uses a print roller, I think, is what he uses to get this. So I think it's this. If I'm not mistaken, I think yeah, it's one of these. So it's like a print roller. And as it gets notched and like cut up and stuff, like you'll put it on and it will, or when other paint is on top of it, like it creates that weird textural thing. And so he uses that on his paintings to get the effect that he wants to get. So in reality, or in traditional materials, you can do the same thing, but you just have to be creative about the way to actually do it, right? So let's say you're painting bubbles. Well, maybe you just take a can and, paint around the can to get the bubble shape, and then, like, I don't, there's you have to be a little bit ingenious and try to figure out ways to do it. You can splay out brushes. Like, I save all my old brushes, and when they get really crappy and all splayed out, I reuse them for like all these interesting effects. I'll use my palette knife on its side for a certain effect. So it's either way, like digital or that way, you still have to kind of search sometimes, and really you have to think outside the box. So a lot of times you'll have a brush that may look like this. So let's say the brush looks like this. Well, if you do it lightly, it kind of looks like that. But if you make it huge, you might be able to get like the effect that you're looking for. Sometimes like if I need like a concrete type of effect, I can actually make this brush really big. Here's an example, right? And that can give me like a concrete sort of effect and a breakup pattern. But I don't need to have it like that. If I make it small, I can have it just be a sort of a roughed edged stroke as well. So, think outside the box that way and try to find a brush that suits what you need. And it's going to be different in each situation because each breakup pattern is going to be a little bit different. I might be able to use this for that moon area, right? So that moon, that half moon that I had, I might be able to do this, right? So I do this, get this to work. And then I come back in with a different brush and say, this has that randomness that I'm looking for. And then I might say, well, this is the shadow side of that crater, and this is the light side of that crater, right? So that's the light side of that crater. And see how that is ending up looking like the moon? It's looking like what we had there on the moon. So you come in and like alter that little bit that you had there, and that'll work much better. So you have to, even digitally, you have to kind of spend some time looking for the brushes that kind of get the same effect and think through that. And that's why I like having Brushbox. If you guys don't have Brushbox, I'll tell you why, but it's on Gumroad. There's different things. Like, I know there's different things to organize your brushes, but I like to have a lot of brushes that I don't use a lot of brushes on a regular basis, but I like to have them available for textures and stuff like that. So, so I'll maybe in a painting like use one other brush, like once or twice or something like that, maybe two other brushes or something. But this brush box on Gumroad is really good because what it allows you to do is organize all this stuff, and then you can look for something like clouds, right? So you just look up clouds and you're like here, right? And you can just went back to that, sorry. You can just go clouds like this, right? And have a cloud brush, or you can say dotted or something. I don't know. Let's see if that comes up with something. Dotted dots. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so there's different things here that come up with that, right? So look, here's dots. So if I had like a salamander or something that I was working on that I needed those dots, and we might use this when we get to the freckles in the skin tones. But yeah, you can see like you have to kind of think like, okay, if I was looking for a brush to use for that, maybe this would be cells, right? If you had a bunch of cells in there like together or something like that, or even maybe you had it small on a surface, right? So this is, again, where you want to think outside the box with the brush that you're using. Come in and very small do this, right? That can actually convey a lot about the texture of this thing if I change it like that and do that. It makes the surface look like it's got little dimples in it everywhere, like that kind of a thing. So you have to be very creative with how you use the brush. And then when you don't have a brush that can do what you want, you find one that can do it, So, okay. Okay, you want to see me paint a half moon orb? We'll do it. We can do a half moon. We'll do that. We'll do that as one of them. Okay, let's see. Good, I'm glad you guys are liking this. Good. Let's see. Good. I'm glad you guys are good. It's resonating with a lot of you. blue, blue isn't good enough. It needs to be. That's really funny. Okay. I don't. Good question about sampling from the reference. I don't typically do that. Okay, I don't typically do that because it's I want to observe the relationship, because the second you take that object and move it to a different lighting scheme, it's going to look completely different. So let's paint this one. Let's paint this thing down here. This sphere right here. So let's paint this one, and let's just do a good texture study. And we'll try to stick close to it. And I want to convey a couple things, but I don't need the color to be exact. Okay. As soon as this object gets in different lighting, like this lower section, it's going to change. It's totally going to change, and things are morph and shift. And if you put this in a club, it's going to completely change. So I do want to observe the relationships. It's not that I'm not going to stick with them. I do want to stick close to them, but I also don't want to be tied down and sort of lulled into the idea that I can paint them exactly. You know what I mean? Like if I spend more time figuring it out, like figuring out how the colors are related and picking them individually, I feel like it gives me more information about what the relationships are between those colors. And then I can sort of extrapolate from that point, what would it be like in this particular scene? In this particular scene, what would the lighting be like? And so I can think about that. Let's get some reflected light down here and do this. Now I want to show you this particular sphere. I want to show you something, but actually, before I dive in too much of this, I just want to keep asking the questions, because I think I'm almost caught up. But that was a good one though about color picking, because a lot of people have asked me about that. But color picking isn't always the most accurate either, too, right? So sometimes it is, but remember that each area, like context makes a difference, like what the color's sitting next to, but also like it's usually multiple colors. Like if you zoom in way in on something, you're going to get pixels. Like you can see all those different colored things. Like, yes, it's very similar, but it's lots of different colors, and you'll get the same thing on something like this, on the reference. You'll get the same thing. You'll get like lots of different colors showing up that make up that. If you could zoom in close enough, it's kind of blurry, but if you could zoom in and see all the pixels, like you're going to get, it's a combination of things. Like this is a little bit more blue, this gets a little bit more warm in here, a little bit more gray. Then there's a little bit of a yellow around the highlight right here. Here, let me do it so you guys can actually see it. Here. So right here, like this around this highlight, there's like a yellow, kind of hint of a yellow here. It's a little bit cool, like in some of these areas. Gets a little bit warm here, a little bit more cool down here. Like almost like goes like cooler to warmer into there. Like it's all those observations that I'm looking for, where I'm not overly concerned about necessarily the exact colors. It's more the relationships. So like I said, I try to stick close to it, but I don't want to feel, if I color pick, I feel a little bit too controlled by it, so so let's do this. Let's go back to this. Okay, let's go fairly bright in this highlight here. Now again, I told you, like on the outside of this is this yellow hue. This is very important that I observe this, right? It won't look like this exact piece of metal if I don't have this yellow hue on the outside of this. I've got to observe what's happening there with that highlight. There's so much that you can learn from the highlights, trust me. Like a lot gets conveyed with the highlights. Now look at this breakup pattern. Now we see this breakup pattern. We'll do this one next, this concrete one. But look at this breakup pattern. Dang it. Sorry. I know you can't see what I'm doing. I have to hide my cursor because it crashes OBS if you don't. Look at the breakup pattern here. This is soft. This is almost like cloud-like, isn't it? Very cloud-like. This is definitely a concrete. You can see like textured, spotty. This is soft. This is very, very soft. So, this is one of those things where, I'm going to approach it that way because I know it's a little bit softer. Let's do a cloud brush, right? We're looking at cloud brushes. Let's do it. Let's use a cloud brush for this. And let's say, there we go. Let's go low opacity. Come in here. It's a little bit more desaturated. And let's use that to get this breakup pattern, for lack of a better term, that breakup pattern. And that's going to achieve what we're looking at. Now, I can tighten it up as time goes on. I can tighten it up and all of that. But that's a good starting point for the texture. And it's all just based on that breakup pattern. And this smudges out in a very particular way. It's a very soft way. See that? That's what's kind of giving that glowing look, is that it sort of, that yellow sort of flows out from there, and you have a softer edge transition between that and what's around it. So this comes in here, comes down. And now look, this surface is a little bit dimpled, right? It's a little bit dimpled. And how do I show that it's dimpled? I show that it's dimpled by that breakup pattern. This is exactly the same as that moon that I was painting, right? It's exactly the same. The only difference is that these divots aren't craters. They're not as deep. So they have soft edges on the outside of them. And that's what conveys to the viewer that this is, you know, a little bit more of a softer transition in all these areas. So let's back up a little bit and start looking at this. And then you can see, oh yeah, it's starting to pull together. This is the distance we're sort of painting for. And we haven't nailed it yet, but we're getting fairly close. Now let's switch back to regular brush. And there's also a harsher edge between here and here. I'll show you what I mean. This kind of comes up and creates a harsher edge there where that reflection is. And I'm going to actually paint the value transition. It goes from a darker value to a little bit of a lighter, but it actually stays a bit darker than what I had. And then I'm going to come back over it to get that reflected area. Let's darken this too. And so we come back in here. This has a little bit of a halo of value around it. So we've got this. Here, let's zoom in a bit so you guys can see. I know it's probably harder to see if you're looking on a phone or something like that. You know, if you don't pay attention to the breakup pattern and the edge transitions and stuff like that, if you have a bunch of values in here that shouldn't be here and you do this, let's say you do this, right? Well, it looks weird, right? It doesn't look like it belongs. Like this doesn't make sense. So a lot of times when people are trying to create a transition, they'll come in and create this transition and they don't have this little bit of light up here and it doesn't relate in the same way as it does on the original, and they have this kind of cutting across or something like this cutting across, maybe a little bit of dark down here or something like that. That confuses the viewer because it tells the viewer that something is different about the surface. So remember that when you change a value on here and you change, like when I have this transition or I have the highlight convey something or the breakup pattern, I'm telling the viewer what the surface is like. I'm telling the viewer, hey, the surface is, if I do this, I'm telling the viewer there's a hole in there. So then if I wanted to make it look realistic, it would actually need to look a little bit more like that, right? To look like there's an actual hole in there, and it wouldn't be that dark all the way through. You'd have, you know, a little bit of a lighter section there probably where the light was kind of spilling into there. And, you know, that's sort of how it would look if there was a hole in there. You know, but that's not what we want to show the viewer. So you have to have a lot of control over the transitions and how the edges are reading, and in order to convey what you want to convey with this. So here, let's see. So this area definitely fans out, like this brighter area. You can see this kind of fanning out over here. This is just at 10% opacity. I'm just pressing very lightly. You know, and then we've got to go back in and adjust that. That kind of, I went too far with that, but that's a little better. But you get an idea of where we're headed with this one. Get a much better idea. And so this is headed down the right path. Let's go a little bit brighter with the highlight in the center. And then I'll jump on to the concrete one too. I want to jump on that. This isn't 100%. You know, it's not exactly what we're seeing. I'd have to. It's interesting because this has a lot of subtlety. Like it kind of flows back into here, and this stuff is very, very subtle. These transitions more than I thought originally. And you have a little bit of that kind of flowing up there. This kind of flows like this. And then you do have some darker spots that are showing up outside of this. Sort of like that. Like that kind of thing. This has a little bit of a harder edge because it's more of a dimple. And so let's move this one to the side. I want to move on to the other one. I want to show you like the concrete one. Oops. Let's move this off and just make it a bit smaller. This all just needs to be softened. You can see it there. Like all of this needs to be softer. These transitions, and it will work much better. So you can see that there. But let's do this concrete one. I don't want to get too hung up on one and not show you the other ones. So let's do this concrete one. Let's just swap sides on it. You know, I mean we can do the same side, I guess, but here. So what's the overall local, you know, sort of color and value? It's very gray. It's very desaturated, but it's also a warm. It's a warmer gray. So I think for me, I would probably end up putting it somewhere like this. That's probably pretty close. You know, trying to get the local color in the right place. That will make a difference. If I were to do this, it would not look like concrete. I could make it look like concrete, and it wouldn't read as concrete, right? Because concrete isn't that color. So color does play a role as well. And you've really got to pay attention to that. What about the shadows? What happens in the shadows? It's actually it's not as warm as you'd think. It's actually a little bit more desaturated. The whole thing is pretty desaturated, even more than what I just did. So this comes in here like this. Actually stays dark pretty long into the lights. And you get a warmer sort of, it's actually more of like a yellow kind of, yeah, it's almost like that, almost like a yellowish green kind of color. And it stays pretty dark, and you don't have a really distinct highlight at all. This is similar to like the moon. This is very similar to the moon. You don't have a very distinct highlight at all. Now, I like to go in, even though I'm going to make something more textural, I like to come in and make the transitions work from the get-go. Like I like to come in and make them work. This needs to be darker. Let's go a little bit darker and yeah, more like that. And then we've got that reflected light, which is a lot more desaturated, flowing in there. I'm just switching between like 100% opacity and 20% opacity by just pressing the numbers up there in Photoshop. But now comes the part where I need to create this transition. So it also has this warmer sort of patchy area that's like a transition area in here that I'm going to capture as well. The lights that are up here that are on the edge have that rough textured sort of feel. You see, like my brush is already duplicating that really well. And my brush is duplicating that exact feel really well. So I just need all of that to transition properly. The transitions need to be there, but the breakup pattern needs to be there as well. And they need to mingle into one another properly. And this is a little bit too blue. I think needs to be a little bit more warm. Yeah, it's a little bit more like that. But that breakup pattern needs to happen here in the reflected light as well. I can't expect this to look like concrete if the reflected light, like that is, it's showing up there. The pattern will show up there. It's not going to disappear in that area when there's, you know, reflected light. It's not just going to be super smooth on that side, right? It's going to be rough everywhere. And that means that the pattern in the shadow areas is going to be the same. So if I have reflected light, it's going to share that same rough pattern. So you can see super fast we can get, because of this brush and because of our application and because of the value transitions, we can get this to look much more like concrete really, really fast, really quickly, really easily. And then we can just adjust the transitions and the edges to get it to look as round as we want. But because we simulated that breakup pattern, it's really easy. It's really easy. So, and it's just observations about what's happening with the colors, the values, and all of that. So let's move to skin. I want to move to skin next because I want to make sure that we get to that and get some time spent with that. But I'm going to check out your questions again as well, because you guys, this might have brought up more questions. This transition between the darks and the lights is so huge. I can't even tell you. Like, it's so big. Like, you've got to nail that transition between the lights and the darks. This area right there in that mid-range area, you've got to nail that. You've got to get that to transition smooth enough. If you don't, nothing will look round. It won't look like 3D. And so regardless of what texture you're doing, you've got to really nail that. It has to be a real clear part of your thought process that you've got to get that transition, because most of the time that's where a lot of people fail. They can't, that transition gets messed up a little bit. But you can see, like, I want a little bit. It looks like the darks are persisting. They're kind of showing up over into the lights a bit more. So let's have the darks carry over into the lights a bit more. And this is going to be just barely indicated here. The darks carry over into the lights, and it's sort of like a gouged area in there that you want to kind of capture. And see, that already looks better, but I still need that breakup pattern there. And you go back and forth like this till you're getting the effect that's similar to the original. So you can do it really fast. And once you understand that, then, if you have something really quickly that you're painting off to the side and you know what the breakup pattern is, you can just, right there at that edge between the lights and the darks, you can nail that. So, all right, let's do some skin tone examples. Let me ask let me see if you guys have some questions. Let's see. Okay. I'm new to digital art and wondering if I should go for a 2-in-1 laptop. I'll let you guys answer that. I actually don't even know. I'm not even sure. That's not my area, but would you recommend painting different random types of textures or painting iterations of similar group textures in a more effective practice session? Good question. I actually think that doing them in groups like that does help. And what the groups might not be what you would think at first, right? So you would never think that, this gummy version of this guy is the same as like Jello or something. But it is. It really is very similar to aloe or something like that, right? But they're very similar. You would think it was similar to Jello, I guess you would. But I'm trying to think of something else. Like an eye is actually very similar to this. Like an eye is very similar to that. There's a lot of other ones, like some skin is very similar to that. Like a frog egg or that kind of a thing, like you see up here. That's very similar to, sort of this gummy. So if you look for things that are similar sort of in nature, like in the way that they, in the characteristics, I would say to do that. So like different metals, right? So different metals, that's really good. It's really good. And that's how I have it organized on my class. Like, you have some metals, you talk about, chrome, which is this one up here, then gold, and what's the difference there? And then you've got iron, and you've got rusty iron and stuff like that. When you kind of explore the different versions of them, it does help. It helps a lot. And that's why, I've got a lot of these skin tones put together as well. So, most disappointing thing about this Lightbox have been the Zoom ones where it's a coin flip to get in. Everything else has been great. Oh yeah. So it's a coin flip to get in those. That's a shame, guys. Yeah, that's a shame. Everybody's welcome here. Everybody's welcome. Yeah, and they will refine all this. Like, they'll refine all this and will tweak it. And, you can plan so much, but then on the day it happens, like, there's certain things that you're like, oh, man, that was, that didn't work out quite how we thought and all that. So, you'll get to the point where you can, where they can, tweak that and streamline it and refine. I'm sure they will. And actually, the first Lightbox went so well. Everybody was like, Bobby, it went so well. But he had been doing schoolism workshops for schoolism had been doing workshops for like a long time. So they had that kind of down, and it was just a bigger version of that. But this is totally different. This is like uncharted territory. I don't know if anybody's done this. I really don't know if anybody's done this where people break out and go to each individual streamer. Like, I tend to think, I'm really wondering if this is going to set a new precedent, like, for how things are done. Certainly we can't have expos right now. So it's like, this is what we got. So Yeah, interesting. Okay, let's see. Okay. Any tips on how to do hair digitally? Yes. We will definitely do hair. I will do that. So what we'll do, this is what we'll do. I will do some of these skin ones, and then we'll do some of the hair on top of it, okay? So we'll do some hair on top of it. Like, we'll do her hair. Her hair is awesome. It looks like my daughter Pip's hair. Like, my daughter Pip has, like, the same exact hair except blonde. And we'll do her hair, and then we'll do some of this hair over top as well. That's what we'll do. We'll do these two, and I'll combine that. And we're gonna use all the same principles that we were talking about. There's a breakup pattern for the highlights, right? You have to look at the edges between certain values, and that's where you can communicate so much. And then we're gonna look at the silhouette. The silhouette plays a huge role. I mean, I can communicate the silhouette of this, like like I have to learn to communicate that. Like I don't even think I could use my brush like that to communicate it. I'd have to kind of do this, right? So you have to kind of do that to communicate what's going on. Whereas here it's completely different. Like the silhouette is completely different. So we'll talk about that and how you can get that to work. And it's usually the thing about hair is you want to simplify it and really focus on that breakup pattern, and that's usually all you need to do. So and we'll cover these next, and we'll do that. That's a good call. Okay. Yes. Yeah. The a brush box is definitely useful. Definitely really useful. Let's see. Okay. All right. This is live. Avani, this is live. This is definitely live. Yeah. So look, would I do this if it was recorded? I don't think I would. It's being recorded, though, so whoever sees it next. How do you compensate for different lighting conditions and colors if you have a natural reference but want it to match your lighting? That is an appropriate question. Ranon74. Good one. Very good. Okay, so this is why I don't stick to the exact colors that I'm seeing. I look for the characteristics, right? So if we look at, like, let's just say gold is there, and we want to put a gold orb like this into like light, like I don't know, there's like green gel lights or something, right? What's going to happen to the colors? So here it gets more desaturated, right? You have this yellow kind of orangey kind of yellow, more orange than you think in gold, showing up, and you have this halo of yellow around it. So it almost it's like a brighter white, like almost a straight white, and then it's a very soft edge that transitions into this yellow sort of halo. Then it goes to the orange. Then it gets more desaturated, and almost it stays in that sort of family, that orange kind of family, but it's a very desaturated, more desaturated than you would think. So if you look here, this is sort of like that. It looks more brown. Like when you come in here, like you can start to see it. You could do this is basically what I mean. You could do that and have it be really, really ultra saturated. Even that's very saturated. It comparatively too, it reads as being more desaturated. So this might look really saturated next to this, but when you put this next to it, it's like, okay, that's getting more green and more into that realm. So if you have a green orb of gold and you want it to read that way, the same way that you have that reading, you want to think the same way. So, if you look at like your colors over here, you would say, what direction does it shift? Well, for me, if I was doing a green orb, the highlight would be white, and it would shift more kind of towards this like seafoam green. Like that's what I would kind of, that's what would be like sort of the halo around this, right? That would be the halo around that area. You have this bright area, and then it's that halo of that sort of seafoam green, because that's the same direction that it was going on the other one, right? It's going that same, color direction. I'm just simplifying this, but you get what I'm saying. And then it gets more desaturated. So it goes more to this direction when it gets towards the darks, but they get more desaturated. So I'd kind of do that sort of a thing, right? Then as it goes further up, it will get a little bit more saturated that way. So you keep it all relationally the same, and then you get the same sort of feeling from the texture, and it would just be in different lighting. So now sometimes the lighting will be reduced. So if the lighting's reduced, then maybe the values change, right? So maybe you reduce the value range down, you make that darker, and the highlight wouldn't be quite as strong. The glow effect would be a little bit more closed off, right? You would, if it was, there wouldn't be maybe as much reflected light if it was a stronger light source. With leather, if you have a light source that's different than this, maybe it'd just be more muted. This would be more muted, and you'd have the shadows group up a little bit more. Here with like a salamander, if you drop the light down or change the light color, that's gonna change things. All that sort of stuff. So you wanna look for the relationships of the way things are put together on that particular texture. So like a certain skin tone, like this is a good example. So a certain skin tone in certain lighting looks one particular color, and then in another lighting it might look completely different. North light might look totally different than incandescent light, right? So if we look at these two, look at the difference, so everybody can kind of see this. So let's look at like incandescent light. Let's do like portrait, right? So we get this is weird. There's some weird reference here. Here we go. Here's a better one. I was like, this is appropriate, right? So look at that. This changes things quite a bit. Good old Bing again. Get the big Bing sponsorship in there. If you guys were here for the last demo I did, you know why I'm mentioning Bing again. But look at that difference. Look at the difference in like the colors you would have to mix or use for this. It makes the cools look stronger over here too. That has not changed. That's literally going to be the same pretty much. That reflected light and all that, but the cools look stronger because they're up against those warms like that. So this is going to change drastically, but all the same sort of relationships to the color are going to be there. It's much more subtle over here on this left, but she has warmer tones where the cheeks begin to turn, and her lips are definitely going to be warmer. Like the side of the cheek is warmer as you get like close to like the intersection of like her armpit and stuff like that. That dark area in there gets a little bit warmer as well. And there are cools that are showing up in the reflected light. So same thing on this. The cools would be expressed the same way, and so you get sort of the same feel for what's happening there. It's just that so let's bring this in and I'll show you, because this is good. If you look here, like you're still going to get these cools showing up. Like this is going to be a grayish kind of cool color, and this will be similar, very similar. But look, it's a little bit warmer. But because this is so warm, it's making it read as a cooler area. But it still gets cooler there. And what you would do for this is really just sort of isolate the colors a bit more, like squeeze your color range a bit more, where here you'd have a much broader color range and a much more saturated version. Or you would squeeze it, but you'd squeeze it into the, shift it all up towards the oranges or something like that. But it's all going to be very, very similar. It's going to be very, very similar. You can still see all the warms are taking over in certain spots. And same thing here. It's just more subtle on this. So I think once you get a feel for what's happening with particular skin, like, and what we talk about with these, it'll make more sense. And any texture, that's the way it is. If you have a glass sphere and you point a light at it, if you have a big open window, there's going to be a larger like sharp highlight on that. But if you have a window that you have one tiny little window, you just get one highlight on there, and the drop off on the values will happen a little bit quicker. But it will be very, very similar. You still have reflected light underneath. You'll still have reflected light on top. That layer you have to kind of do, but you're gonna reduce it down to fit there. Now, occasionally, a texture will like completely change depending on the light source, because it depends on what you're doing. If you have like I have aloe in this, I painted aloe, and if you were to almost like drop, if that was in the dark and you dropped a flashlight on the table and it was shining through a glass of that, it might look completely different. You'd still have those bubbles and you still have that stuff showing up, but the patterns and everything might be a little bit different. I don't know. You might get some weirdness there. But at that point, you would just take the knowledge you had and then just maybe even try to create like a reference yourself to kind of figure out what it does. But that's a really good question, because that's the thing. You've got to, hey, thank you for the subscription. Average at best. Yeah, that's me getting punched too, guys. I was talking about it in the other class. I I my son and I do. We haven't been able to since COVID, but we go to an MMA gym, and that was my first time sparring. And so I always would tell people when they come to my stream, like, if you want to see me get punched, just subscribe, and you can see me get punched. Um, but yeah, but you want it to be across the board. You want it to be able to be used in a number of different areas. So you want to understand what's happening, not just copy it, if that makes sense. So let's see, great question. The resolution I typically use is going to be 300 DPI, and 3000 by 2000 for something like this. Sometimes I'll use like 4000 by 6000. Depends on what I'm doing. It depends on what the end result is. If I'm just sketching and stuff, then I use 300 DPI at that range. So, yes, I will post up on Instagram too when I post these videos. I'll tell you guys that they're going up on my channel and give you a link to that and stuff like that. Yes. All right. Is the breakup pattern specific to highlights or just when any area that is changing values? Usually it's any area that's changing values. So in here, if I'm making the shadow a little bit more enhanced, like it would be in here, right? And then in the reflected light, it would be in there. It would show up in there. And even on this one, if this was concrete, I would actually adjust the surface. So I would actually adjust the, I would change the silhouette. I talked about how powerful the silhouette was. I would actually come in and like eat away at the side in certain spots and sort of chisel out the side in certain spots. And that would make it instantly look a little bit more rough, because it's not going to be ultra smooth and crisp on the outside if it's concrete like this. You're going to have areas that are sticking over and carved out of it. It actually wouldn't be areas that are sticking over because it would be like worn away, but it would be areas that are sort of destroyed on the concrete, or it's important that you keep that silhouette in mind. But yeah, you have to think about the breakup pattern as happening whenever there's a value change, and you think about the light falling on this surface and then rolling into the shadows. The biggest area where you're going to be able to show that is going to be here. The highlight is another area to show it. But think about that moon. Think about that moon image that I showed earlier. And that half moon, that's the most important part to show the texture. That's where your money area is and where you can get the most bang for your buck in terms of texture. In the lights, you don't get it until you get to the highlight. It really shows a lot. You get a little bit within the shadows in reflected light, but it really, your money maker is going to be that transition from the lights into the dark. That's what you're going to be able to use to really convey that texture. So, and sometimes just putting a drop shadow underneath stuff like helps too. Like it makes it, look more realistic sometimes, So, all right, let's see. Oh, you find hair so difficult. Okay, good. We're gonna talk about that. Probably because you're viewing it as individual hairs. That's probably why. So, what resolution? Okay, good. So I think I answered that resolution. I paint at 300 DPI usually. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty standard for me. Like, this is 2760 by 5448. So that's fairly typical at 300 DPI, I think, for me. It's like about 50 megs of 50 to 100 megs per file, painting file, I think. Yeah, so Paula, good question about where to simplify. So the best place to simplify is almost always going to be in the shadows. So the reason why you simplify in the shadows is because nobody cares about the shadows, right? So if we look at that moon image, what's going on the dark side of the moon? We don't know. We haven't seen it. It's turning at the same rate that we're turning. We can't see it, which is so weird. To think about that we really, we have to have special stuff to see the other side of the moon. We have to use like weird satellites or whatever to do it. Not weird satellites, advanced satellites to do it. But yeah, nobody cares what's going on over here, right? So if you're going to simplify somewhere, simplify within the darks. That's almost always the place to do it. in the lights, in the very lightest spots, you can simplify as well. If you want to convey the information about what the surface is like and what the texture is like, the biggest bang for your buck is going to be in that transition area. So simplifying the darks first. People don't generally look in the shadows for information, right? So, if you're looking at a building and part of it's in shadow and part of it's in light, you're not going to look at the part that's in shadow to try to get info on what the building's like. You might be able to pick out things, like even if there's reflected light, but you're really generally not going to look there. So the best place to simplify is almost always, in the darks. That's what I would say. So good question though. Oh yeah, 228 layers in this file. Yeah. Okay, so let's see how big that file is. I'm really curious, like what the size is. I'm really curious. It's probably big. Let's see. It is 215 megs, which is not horrible. That's not horrible. I thought it would be more than that. That was a big file, though. By the time I'm at 500, it's going to be a big file. It's going to be big. I'm like testing like Photoshop's limit for layers probably. So I've got 200. So I guess I'm at like 240 on textures, I guess, or something like that. I think I'm a little bit above that because I have some on the same layer, but I'm like around halfway, like 250 for those textures. But the power of color contrast, exactly. The texture sheet that I have, I don't have this one available. But if you want to look up, because I just grabbed them actually real quick off the internet. I didn't even think about that, to be honest with you. But what we can do, you know what? I can make this, I'm going to make this skin tone one available. So let me save this. And I'm going to make it available right now. I'm going to put it up in here. So here, let me do this. Okay, so I will get the link because I have this stored on, and when I do this, you guys can paint along with me, okay? Let's do this. Let's see where I stored this. Hold on. I'm just going to move this off and see. Okay. All right. I see where it is. Let me get this. Yeah, it would be fun for you guys to be able to do this with me. Hold on. Why did it do that? Okay, hold on. Okay, I got it. Sorry, give me 1 sec and I'll get that for you guys. Because it would be fun for you guys to do. Like, these skin tones are going to be good. And we'll do hair on top of it and stuff like that. Okay. All right, here we go. So I will put that in. Actually, let me modify Nightbot to do that real quick. I know it's taking me a second, but it'll only take 1 more second, and then you guys will be able to paint along with me. So this is going to be a PSD. So so you guys will be able to use that. If you don't, you should be able to kind of open it maybe, I guess, even if you don't have Photoshop, but skin PSD. Here we go. Okay. There we go. Got it. All right, so I've got this here. I hope I don't have a lot of fat that you have to trim in this file. Okay, I don't. Okay, I do have like something that I actually used this set of skin tones for a different demo. I was just using one of them. I think it was like in between her and her or something. I was showcasing something, but so you'll have that there, so you can have an example of my texture there. But let's get started on this. So if everybody wants to type, I did add it now. If you type !reference like this to paint with me on this, you can. I'm glad you guys said that. So you just type this in the chat, like reference like that, and you type that, and you can paint with me, okay? Let's make that. I was pretty bad in handwriting. Let me adjust that. Okay, type in the chat to paint with me. There you go. So we'll put that up here. Everybody can see that. Okay, great. So you guys can get the reference there. And then, there we go. Nice. Oh, you guys are on it. You're on it. Okay, good. All right, so let's get rolling. Okay, so let's look at these different skin tones, right? Everybody's skin tone is different. Everybody's skin tone is different. Not only is it different, it's different depending on the lighting that you're in. It's different, you know. I mean, look at this girl's in the bottom left, like down here. Look at this. And look at this. I mean, they're totally different color and value schemes, you know? Yeah, no problem, you guys. Yeah, no problem. Paint along with me. This, you know, this is of course, completely different value schemes, but very different color schemes as well, and actually different behaviors of the reflectivity on the skin. So if we look here, look at the highlights here, and actually darker skin, I love painting because it has so many cools mingled with warms. You'll see like these warms are here. Now, there probably is some makeup on her, but I don't think that's the contributing factor. I think you'll see warms everywhere where you start to transition away from the light and into the dark, and you start to see a desaturation happen in the shadow areas. So you get these really interesting cools that are showing up in those areas, sort of a desaturated gray, and then it's mingled next to these warms that are showing up, which are awesome. Very, very cool. Very interesting. I mean, I gotta be careful when I use that. Here you have a much more grouped up color scheme for the skin. But if you look close, you start to get sort of a warmer, but it's a little bit more like a yellow kind of a shift in the transitions. You have some warms showing up just barely in certain areas, just barely. And all of that. Here, of course, you've got a very, very warm color scheme and a value scheme that's much darker. But also, you notice that it doesn't shift that much in the lighting. Like you'll get slight warm colors, like pinkish colors that are showing up here and stuff like that. But you don't get too much showing up there. But look, as you get darker in skin tone, these highlights start to stand out more. Now, naturally, it's going to stand out more because there's a value difference, but also it's just the nature of people's skin. So some people's skin are more, it's more reflective. Some people's skin, it's less reflective. If you see a guy that's shaved his head bald and done it for a while, and it will be real slick and be real, it'll be shiny. You'll get like a highlight on there, right? So the rest of their face will actually be a little bit more matte, and the highlight will be dispersed more. Like we were seeing the difference between those two different berries at the beginning. The highlight will be dispersed more, but you'll have those two different sections. So people's skin are different. It's different like that. So different parts of your face might be a little bit more, just like the highlight might be a little bit more dispersed. You can't, because of the value scheme over here, you almost can't even see like those highlights, and you'd want to, partially it's the lighting, but also it's the skin. It's so sort of homogeneous in value that you get that. So if you were going to take this person and put them in really dark lighting, I wouldn't make the highlight on their face really strong. I would stick with this same relationship of values and do the same thing. So you can really convey different types of skin by the colors you use, by the values that you use, by the way you treat the highlights and all of that. So let's just go from right to left. Normally everybody goes from left to right. Let's reverse it. Let's go from right to left. Let's do this. Let's start with the first one, right? So I told you, obviously, what do we notice about the texture, right? So the texture, the value, the local value is definitely going to be darker, right, than this stuff over here. Definitely going to be darker. It's definitely going to be like a lower mid-range. You have warms that transition into the shadows. The shadows start off kind of warm in some areas, like her shoulders and stuff like that. You can see some warmer shadows, and on the side of her cheek, the reflected light gets very desaturated very, very quick. So, so all of that's going to come into play. And then we could actually even do some of the hair here if we wanted to as well. So let's start with that. Let's start with a good approximate value and color for what's there. But it's not one color. There's like 15 colors that I'm seeing there. Like 15 colors. It's not just this. It's not like I'm going to color pick and be like, that's her color. Nope, that's one of the colors. Is that a good starting point? Maybe. I probably would start a little bit lighter. I'd probably start a little bit warmer, and probably maybe just a tiny bit more desaturated. But I would actually start right there, which is different. It was more desaturated. Before it was almost like this. So I want to start there. Now I'm going to have a value for that shadow area. I'm going to darken the shadow area a little bit. There's the lighting on these is sort of model lighting. And what I mean by that is like that front soft lighting that happens. So I'm just going to establish what's going on in there, and then it gets very desaturated as we go towards the reflected light in the shadows, right? So that gets very desaturated, almost like that. You see that there? It's almost like a bluish green kind of showing up in some of those areas, which is so cool. I think that's amazing, actually. It shows up in the lights as well. Shows up in the lights as well, which I'm going to actually put in a little bit in the lights. See, like underneath the eyes, here, let me show you. Underneath the eyes right here, I was pointing out, it's almost like a cool gray, like a bluish gray or something like that. You know, it's definitely there. So I'm going to add that in the lights, but I'll get there when I establish the values. But now when I look at the transition into the darks, look at this area right here. Look at this area on her cheeks, above her eyes. I see that warm transition in there. So that warm transition I definitely want to establish, and I definitely want to put in, and I want to capture that. So that's close. Needs to be a little bit darker in value. I think it's going to be more like that. Then we start to get a little bit more of a desaturated sort of brown as it gets towards the lights. And again, this is all just based on observation. Just based on observation. I don't see just one color in there. You know, I don't see it like that. And then the highlight is actually fairly cool. This is actually, it's going to be a little bit, yeah, it's going to be a little bit more like that. I was getting the color wrong. The highlight is actually going to be a little bit more on the cool side. It's actually, it's just like it is, I mean, it's coming from the warmth, but it's a little bit more desaturated. It reads more like a cool color. So, and this is going to be strong compared to what's around it. Like the highlight's going to be strong. So now let's start creating that transition. So we'll start creating that transition. We come in and we can establish that transition. And here you go. Winged Dante, yes. It absolutely does help to unfocus your eyes like that. Yeah, sometimes I'll take my glasses off to see color. You know, I squint to see value, but when you squint, color starts to go away. Color starts to go away when you squint. So yeah, unfocusing your eyes, yeah, you can see a lot more what's going on with color, like sort of the hints of what's going on with color. Absolutely, 100%. That's a good tip. It's really true. And the more you get used to looking for it, I'm actually going to close this window. This window's shining right into my eyes. I'll be right back in 1 second because it's messing with my value perception, having it shine right in my eyes. It's making everything on my monitor look bright. There we go. Now I'm going to be darker. Probably. Oh, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. I thought I was going to look a lot darker. Okay, yes, much better. There we go. I couldn't see. It was like the sun was like, "Ugh." Okay. So let's get, it's amazing how much more I can perceive like value-wise based on doing that, right? So look, I'm establishing those big, large observations, and you know, the silhouette's not going to be important here. Like one skin silhouette is not going to be different than another skin silhouette. You know, it's you know, like somebody with different skin type doesn't have a different shape to their skin, so that's not important. But the highlight and the difference in the value in the highlight does play a big role. That plays a huge role. And around the highlight here too, I'm noticing some of those warmer lights. I'm going to use a lower opacity brush and capture that. But it needs to transition into these darks properly. But it stands out, the highlight stands out quite a bit. So you can see with just a little bit of that established, we're already starting to get a skin tone that's very similar, I think. I think it's very similar. And I like to put down multiple strokes. I like to use a lower opacity and put down multiple strokes. Because when you put down multiple strokes of a lower opacity for skin, it almost gives you the same effect as, like, you get a layered effect. So you get a bunch of strokes layering over top of one another, and that is the way skin is. You know, there's a bunch of different layers, and you can drop a color down, and it's, you know, and there might be a bunch of layers over top of it, and so It's a little bit stronger in the highlight right in that center area. You know, maybe it's yeah, it might be a little bit stronger in this particular lighting scenario like that. And then this would transition. All those transitions need to be handled properly. They have to, one value transitioning into another has to flow smoothly, or you won't get that roundness, the look of that roundness. But now we're not just painting like a random skin. Like we're painting her skin in this particular lighting, right? So very quickly we were able to sort of learn, you know, what her skin is doing here and how it behaves and all of that. So, you know, if we wanted to do, let's put some hair on top, right? So let's put some hair on top. And I'm going to grab this and cut and paste it. Oops. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Let's cut and, oops, dang it. Let's cut and paste that up here. I accidentally painted on that layer. It's all right. No problem. Let's do this. Just going to go here and fill this in. There we go. Okay. So, you know, let's put some hair on top of this. Let's use her as a reference for the hair. Now, when I'm looking at her hair, right, there's a very clear silhouette. Very clear silhouette. And she doesn't have a ton of like a breakup pattern, but it is very soft. So it's not hair like this. It is definitely not hair like that. Like you're not seeing individual hairs. So let's just add that. Now, what I'm going to do is add this as a mask first, but there is a breakup pattern in one particular spot, and I will show you where the spot is. And you know, and it might not be where you initially thought, but I'll show you. So let's do a separate layer for this. Let's go down with her hair like this. Come down, and I'm just going to shorten it so it's a little bit more like that. It's definitely darker. It's definitely more desaturated. So I'm going to grab that and make that darker and more desaturated like that. This comes up like that. We definitely have a breakup pattern. It's like it's tight, like her hair is tighter, but it's you know, but it's got like it's not super clean on the edges. It's not like super crisp on the edges. Like you can see like right here, there's like some variation in how this, you know, looks like that. You know, there's that sort of a thing happening with the breakup pattern there. So we'll go here and here. This will come in here like that. Now, if you look at the forehead, so number one, we're getting a desaturating effect happening in the lights. Like it definitely grays out in the lights and desaturates, and it looks like that this is sort of the, like I can convey that texture of the lights with this brush that I've been using. Like that begins to work. Now look at this. Right at the top of the forehead, you get that breakup pattern. That very clear breakup pattern is there right at the top of the forehead. So I'm going to do that. Now what I'm going to actually do is turn this to clear mode and carve this out. And now we're getting that breakup pattern that I'm getting evidence of right there at the top. And so that already starts to give us a little bit of texture information and helps us figure out what's going on, you know, with this hair. Like what's the character of the hair? Is it, you know, slick? Is it, you know, matted down? Is it, you know, what's the nature of this hair? And that starts to give us a lot of that information. So we go in here. We could, you know, those areas of her hair that are a little bit warmer, we can include some of those as well, you know, and kind of come down like this. Now there's that breakup pattern here too, and it gets to be a more desaturated color. In here, a lighter, more desaturated color in here. But that breakup pattern, that's the key. That's the key. Look, you know, it kind of breaks up in there, and that's what makes it look much more realistic. Is that breakup pattern? You can see that there. Look at that. As soon as I do that, that whole thing begins to look like it's solid and on there, and I don't even necessarily, I mean, I wouldn't even necessarily have to paint all the details of all the hair outside of here. And look at how I'm treating it as a mass. This is going to be the same for every type of hair. It's exactly the same. I'm just going to treat it as a mass. So this hair would be like this. You know, there'd be certain breakup pattern on the edge of these things to convey that texture. And look, we're getting somewhere, right? We're getting somewhere. The silhouette, we've addressed the silhouette. If I wanted it to look a little bit like more frizzy or whatever, I could come out and like maybe, this looks, like she's had her hair done like pretty recently. But if you let it sit, and you don't get it done for a long time, you'll get like, a little bit more fuzzy on the outside or something more like that. You'll get that sort of thing happening. You also have very close values in here, but it'll deviate. But again, look, this is not the proper. That's not the proper, breakup, and that edge, that's not what's happening there. So I want to adjust that so it conveys what's happening there. So I'm not painting any individual hairs, none, zero, right? And we can get this to look the way we want it to look. Very quickly, very easily, just understanding the silhouette, just understanding what's happening with the values, just understanding that stuff. So, this would have a shadow. You can go as far as you want, like conveying all that. Like on the side, you'd have a shadow there, but this would be darker underneath here too. And I can do the other side. I'm not going to do the other side. I want to move on to the next one, but you get what I would do for the other side. You can see what I would do for that side and how I would approach it, and that way I can keep it really loose. I can be as detailed as I want and go in and really get all the little subtleties there, or I can keep it as loose as I want. But you have to deal with hair as a mass and think about that silhouette. So let's do this skin here, and let's get her hair on top of it, right? So again, her skin is very, very close in color. Not a lot of shift in color, and it's actually a little bit more towards the yellows, like just faintly more. It's a little bit more towards the oranges, kind of, but it's more faintly kind of shifted more towards the yellow. So let's go here. And I'm going to look just to make sure you guys didn't have any questions about that too, about that last one. But that breakup pattern, there's so much power in that. So much power in that. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay. Yes, I use like this one. So this is the Gouache Go-Go Tilt from Kyle Brush. Let me show you guys that actually. I will show you guys that just so everybody can kind of see it. Check this out. So if you go Adobe Kyle Brush, download, like something like that, Here we go. So if you get in here and you just look up Kyle Webster, like these brushes, and I use a lot from the Mega Pack. Like I use a lot from the Paint Box and the Mega Pack. I use that. This one, yeah. And so this will tell you how to actually do it. If you go up and if you can just search for that, it's really easy. Just Kyle Brush and Adobe. And you can find that. Let's see. Yeah, so they go through it and they show you here. Now, you have to I think you have to have the subscription to get to that. But they were out for a long time, and there's people that have there's probably people that have the brushes. So because like they have the older version of his brushes, I'm sure, but they have it, so it's, you could probably, because I remember getting it from Gumroad. I remember getting it from Gumroad. So, like, I may have that. I may have that still. I'm not sure. Okay, so let's so that's how you get it. Somebody else posted up a link the other day too with all the brushes, but let's keep the shadows. Like, it's kind of a little bit more, like her whole skin tone is kind of shifted a little bit more towards the yellows. A little bit more. It's kind of more like this, right? But in the transition up to that, you get like sort of a peachy, warm color. Like, it's interesting. Very, very interesting. It's definitely more orangish, but it's sort of like that. But it kind of, flirts with being like more of a peachy, like pink color. You can see that. Now, what about the highlights here? What about the highlights? Let's look at that. Like, what are we getting? It's very dispersed. It's there. You can see it. It almost looks coolish. There's like pink, slight pink hue on the outside of that, of the highlight, but it's very faint. And so you have like a real dispersed sort of highlight. So we're gonna put that down, and we're not gonna make it too much brighter. And like I said, there's sort of like this very faint pink outside of that that's showing up. It's almost like that. That's showing up there. So let's take this, and this might be a little bit more desaturated too, I'm thinking. Might be a little bit more desaturated. Yeah, it's a little bit more like that. Okay, so now let's create this. Let's create the transitions. Let's go to 20% opacity. Start creating the reflected light. I need the reflected light. That actually is fairly cool. It's desaturated, but it's fairly cool. It's almost more like that. Yeah. So now we've got these shadow areas like this. Let's start creating some of those transitions and building that up. And again, this transition becomes a huge part of this. It needs to be round. It needs to read in a round way, or it won't work. But look, this is a skin tone that's almost like starting with yellows and stuff like that. Like it's not what you would typically say a skin tone is. But if you keep, if you keep the relationships of all this stuff, it begins to work. So I'm gonna plow through this. Okay, this reflected light comes in. But look at how instantly when I start creating that transition, it's like, oh yeah, that works for skin, right? That works for, you can use any color combination for skin. I mean, if you had a purple alien, you could make a purple alien for skin. You could take the knowledge that you took, or that you gained from this, the observation, like, okay, it gets a little bit warmer here, it changes here. You could make a Hulk skin out of it. You could make the Hulk skin. It wouldn't be tough. You could do that. And you would just have to use the same sort of relationships that you're seeing on here. Now, this is much more dispersed, this highlight, right? So the breakup pattern here is softer and more dispersed. And there's that pink kind of like, I'm just barely getting like a pink thing around a pink hue around that. So look at that. Now, creating this transition becomes the really important part. Really got to nail that transition and get these values to flow from dark to light properly. There you go, right? So we've got interesting colors in this. It's not the standard skin tone, but it's very close to what she's got here, I think. And the shadows are very small on her, but if you were to extend the shadows out and make them a little bit bigger, I think this is in general what it would look like. And so now let's put that hair on top of her. Okay, let's put that hair on top of her. Let's actually take some of that. Let's go to the next layer. Now, I'm going to deal with this as a mass, okay? So let's put this on, but let's deal with it as a mass. And it's a little bit more of a desaturated hair color. And I'm going to get this little curled, or not curl, but strand of hair that comes down. I think that's interesting. So that comes down like this, like that, cuts across. And you've got this sticking here, and we want the silhouette to be correct. So I'm going to have this. I'm just going to use the drawing of what we have there. That sort of thing. And then, of course, the silhouette makes a huge difference. I'll show you that in a second. All of that. This comes down. It almost kind of like right now looks sort of like an Elvis thing. Okay, there and there. And it kind of comes in here. You have that, right? So there's no ears. So we're missing out on that part, but oops. Oh, did I do that on the same layer? Dang it. That's fine. I'll just paint over top of it. Okay. So let's go here and start putting in some of the other values now and other colors. So look at the pattern here. So there's a silhouette pattern that happens. So we've got this, which is right here. We've got these sort of like curled areas somewhat. Here, hold on. Come on. Let me do it. Let me do it. You've got some of these curled areas like this coming off. You've got individual hairs, but also in these spots, like you'll see right here, you've got like fuzzy stuff showing up there. Fuzzy stuff showing up here. fuzzy stuff showing up here. If you were to come in and do this and make your hair like this, you will not convey the texture. Why? Because that is like the texture of a helmet, like wearing a helmet or something, right? That's not going to give you the texture of hair. Hair has those little breakup patterns and things that come over, and really, showcase that. You can get, like, the first place you should go to should be that silhouette. Like, that's the first place you should go to. So now if I have a hairbrush, I will use it like this. Let's see. I do have one. So let's look at this. If I have a hairbrush, and then I will come over top like this and use that usually to get the silhouette. I'm not usually, I mean, I can use it for the inside to show you guys how I can do it, but most of the time I'm using a regular brush rather than a hairbrush to get this because you're dealing with it as a mass. But when it comes to the silhouette and adjusting the silhouette, look, it's already pulling together. Very light touch. I'm going to use a very light touch with this hair brush. This is, I'll find out which one this is. This is Kyle's paint box. I told you. This is a good one. Bristle, hair, and grass. Bristle 06, hair and grass. So this is a good one. And then this comes over like that. And then you have some curls that come out like this. I'm going to use a different brush for that. I've got this one, which would be really good for those curls coming out. Like, oops, not that one. Where's the one I was looking for? Is it this one? Nope, not that. Where's the one I'm looking for? I thought that was it, but I guess it wasn't. Oh, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so this one. So you can kind of come out and get these curls like that. And see, you just find a brush that simulates that breakup pattern, and automatically it's looking much more realistic as hair. Automatically. And that's all just done by observation. And there's so much that comes down to the impression. Like, it's hard for me to explain this to newer artists. It really is. I'll go back to that hairbrush for you. But so much is done based on just the impression of what you're seeing. So you look at the impression of what's happening with that pattern of values or different things like that. You like seeing the right patterns and understanding how to convey them. Like, it's a hard thing to learn, and it's kind of ambiguous. Like, when people start talking about it, it's fairly ambiguous, so it gets a little bit tough to describe it for students. But it really does come down to that. It comes down to observing, like, what's happening with the breakup pattern, what's happening with the values, what's happening with the colors and the edges, looking for that overall impression. Now, look, see, it gets a little bit more desaturated and lighter in there, but this is like that area of the moon. This section right here is like that area of the moon. Here, let me do this. This right here is like that area of the moon that is that textured crater-like area. It's right in that transition between the darks that are here and the lighter part of the hair. If she had really shiny hair, you'd get this sort of thing happening. You'd get like a highlight that shows up sort of like that. And you probably wouldn't need to put much else in. You just have a highlight area that looks like that, and you cut through it a bit. It's hard with this brush, but cut through it a bit like that, and you have that showing up, and that might be all you need to convey that hair, like that sort of shiny little section of the hair. Because that's going to be that value change. That's going to be like that cratered section of the moon. Now, it's more subtle on here. On this, it's more subtle. It desaturates, and it sort of is like a desaturated brown or something, and it does get a little bit lighter there, but you have to be sort of gentle with how you're laying down the strokes and be very careful about not overloading that area with information. And I'm going to come back over this with a regular brush too. I'm going to come back over it, but I'm just observing where things are shifting. This area, look at this. Remember the forehead that I was saying before? This is 100% I'm going to go back to the regular brush. This is going to help in this area. So right here in this forehead, we have a warmer area. It's a little bit more orangish, and it bleeds into this. So it kind of bleeds into this area, and we've got a breakup pattern on the face that's sort of like that. This would have a breakup pattern too, like between here and here. You would definitely get that. Like you would see some of the hairs coming over. And so you can simulate that breakup pattern with any brush. I can make this brush smaller and get individual hairs coming over like that. All of that's possible. This would, if we had this here too, we would have a darker patch on this side probably. On that side of the skin, you'd have a darker patch like where the hair was touching. But look, let's just simulate that breakup pattern of going into that side area like that. Now the hair is starting to look a little bit more realistic, right? So we got this. And I haven't done anything really to the hair itself that much. I've done a little bit here. There's a couple I'm gonna keep this brush small and have some areas that are cutting through in the hair. Like in the highlights, I'm seeing that there's certain areas that are like the darks are cutting through. So I'm gonna establish that. If I wanted to, bump it up, I can make this. There's a couple areas where it's like I made the brush really small, and there's a couple areas where the hair is just sort of catching the light. You can do that too. Capture those as well. But again, it's like it's very simple, isn't it? It's not like I'm going through and I'm painting every individual hair and painting like you don't need to do that if you understand how to convey the texture. That's what this whole thing is about. This whole thing is about learning to convey the texture without having to paint every tiny little thing. And it's by prioritizing the right things, looking for the silhouette, looking for the local value color, looking for, what the highlight's doing, and is that conveying reflectivity, and what's going on there, So that's the whole side of things, like, and then when you come in and you then establish this stuff and then you bolster it by putting in the lights and the darks underneath it that would be there, then it's really going to read properly. So like, let's say that there was a shadow under here. Let's make that a little bit darker and then have it fade out as it comes over here. That sort of thing. It would have a darker area there. This would probably be getting hit by a little bit more light, that kind of thing. And you have it creeping over into here too, getting hit by the light. So yeah, I mean, we could do that side of the hair as well. This has this breakup pattern on this side of the head. You have a warmer section right here too that you'd want to establish, a little bit darker and a little bit warmer. But you also have individual hairs that are creeping over, and some breakup like that's happening there. Here, I'll show you, like this. But I'm not sitting there and like rendering every tiny little thing, and I'm dealing with it based on the larger impression. So yeah, so many people feel like they have to, in order to paint hair, you have to paint the individual hairs, and that's usually the worst way to go about it. Look at this. This comes over. You just need to get people to believe in the effect of the hair. That's the key thing. So if it goes too far, like I think that shape is like a little bit too far, that's fine. I'll just simplify it and, change like what the silhouette looks like there. Maybe it's a little bit too much, a little bit too much. So that's fine. I will just adjust it like that, get it to be where I want it to be. And you can make somebody look as scruffy as you want, or sort of like they've brushed their hair a bit more. I mean, there's a number, you can have everything in between. So look at that. Like, so when we back up and look at that, like that's starting to read like hair. It's starting to read like hair. It's starting to read like pretty similar to her hair there. It's a bit more scruffy, but that's starting to read like her hair. So, and that's very quickly, without detail, without a ton of detail, just, with the silhouette and stuff like that. Now, if you took that character and you pushed them back like this, you don't need anything else. Right? You push them back in space and you make it smaller. You don't need anything else. A little bit of stray hairs here, whatever. You can do whatever you want. So there's so much power in that silhouette. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. Hey, creepy Amy. Did someone say creep? That's why I creep. Oh, this is going to change the way you paint hair forever. Hey, good. Good. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. That's fantastic. That's ideal. I'm going to get a quick drink. Hold on. I'm just going to read through these. One sec. Yes, we can do a skin study of someone with olive or yellow complexion. This is like slightly yellow. This is slightly yellow. Like it's shifted that way. We definitely can do that though. Um, and let's. I mean, really, like it's. Here, let's do this. Let's look it up. Uh, let's do this. Let's look up yellow skin complexion. It's tough to find good references sometimes, but look at this. I love this stuff. This kind of stuff. This is so cool. Look at this. You can see like everybody kind of like shifting. It's like super cool. You know, I love this because everybody's skin is slightly different. It really is, and they'll have different lighting will bring out different people's like hues and stuff. I love skin and painting that because it changes and it shifts, and we can find somebody with an olive skin tone. That's good. Yeah, we need to let's do an olive skin tone. Let's look for that. Let's see. Somebody that has an olive skin tone. Yes, this is getting there. But again, like you don't want something with a ton of makeup, because when you find somebody that has a ton of makeup, like it alters the way the colors are and all of that. It changes that. Let's just look up skin tone examples. And let's see if we can find one. That's better, yeah. But see, these are all smaller, so I mean, it's similar to this though. It would just be let's do this one, because this one kind of is olive, like somewhat. This one is a little bit more towards the yellow side, kind of. And so we'll let's do that one. Let's do that one. I think that'll. And let's put freckles on her. And then we'll talk about this hair. And then after that, I'll show you some other textures that I have and just talk about some different things as well. Yes. Can we do a skin in the night? Ooh, yes. That's a good idea. I definitely would like to do that. Skin at night. I don't know if. Let's see. Skin tone at night. Let's see. Skin tone nighttime. Yeah, it depends what the light source is, right? So if we have this sort of thing, like it's gonna be like, let's say we're looking at him. This is gonna be like simulating nighttime. I know, but when it's nighttime, it's like, is it the moon? Because if it's the moon, it's gonna look similar to this. Similar, not exactly the same. Nothing's gonna change about the highlights. Nothing's gonna change about those warms coming in here, except that the colors might get flip-flopped a little bit. So it probably will get warm in here, probably more than what you see on this image. So this is like probably done in front of a green screen or whatever, and then they use a filter to make it look, in reality, you're still gonna see like some warmer areas around on the cheeks and stuff like that. But the highlights are going to be very similar. Your skin's going to react the same way, and the color shifts are going to be there. It's just going to be in a different color range. So it depends. It's kind of tricky to do it at night, because at night could be moonlight, at night could be street light, at night could be candlelight, all that kind of a thing. So it might not be quite as useful, but skin underwater, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Okay, let's see. Okay, yes, let's do this one. And this, I would say, like, it's so funny, because I remember this one guy talking to me, and he was talking about how, like, just not seeing skin color, like he's saying he wishes skin color wasn't an issue. And I said, well, it's not an issue for me. And he goes, why? I said, because everybody's different. And I said, I don't see anybody the same. And I said, and I'm qualified to say that. And he goes, for real? And I said, yeah. I said, you know what your skin type is? I said, transparent oxide red plus a little bit of this and plus that. And he was like, oh, I like that. He liked that. He liked that I was defining the skin tone that way. Which is true. Like, I mean, really, that's the dynamic thing about it is, everybody's skin tone is just so, I mean, it depends. And then you think, like I said, you think you've got it nailed down, and then you put it in and you put it in north light and it looks different. Then you put it in incandescent light, it looks different. And then I mean, it's so cool. Like I think that's awesome. Like my kids, a lot of times I'll just be staring at them and they're probably like, Dad, but I stare at them because their skin tones change. They completely change, in different scenarios. And I love that. I absolutely love that. And you can't ever finish studying, skin. Like it just is, it's so different. And I think I've gotten a little bit to the point where I might be able to tell like where someone's from if just by their skin tones. Like I could have a good guess, like I could tell like maybe where in Africa they're from or where in South America or where, or where in Asia or something like that. I'd have a good guess, I think, because there's characteristics and colors and certain things that show up that I've had to study. And so it's certainly not a slam dunk. And like I said, everybody's is different, but I think I can have a pretty good shot at being able to guess it right. I should try that sometime. I should just try to like ask what someone's heritage is and see if I can guess that. But it gets sensitive. Like we're artists, so we don't think about that. I honestly I don't even think about, someone. If I'm looking at someone's skin tone, it's because I'm looking at that because I think it's interesting. Most artists are the same. We don't care. But it does get sensitive, like when you talk to people about it. But, they're like, why are you asking so much about my skin color and where I'm from? But I love it. I love studying skin tones. I absolutely love it. And it's just always surprising and always interesting and always just a subtle difference. And see, like this has like sort of this like peachy kind of overtone to it, but not quite there. It's like a little bit more yellow, a little bit more olivey. Really interesting. And there's some cooler, like I'm seeing some like cooler greens in the lights. Like it's just barely evident, but I'm seeing it in there. So I'm going to throw in just a couple that are just very faintly evident. I don't see, like the reflected light actually looks a little bit like kind of pinkish to me. Like it kind of looks like that. I don't want to make it that bright though. So let's do that. Let's start creating some of those transitions. The transitions are the huge part. The highlights here on her are actually a little bit more focused as well. They have a fairly harsh edge. That's partially due to the lighting, partially due because of just her particular skin. She may just have more reflective skin. Naturally, which I like. I think it's cool that the whole thing with like where you have to powder your face so that you don't have those reflections. I like the reflections. I don't necessarily mind it. It looks cool to me. Okay, let's see. So this is a more broken up highlight too. Like it's definitely more broken up, and there's almost like a yellowish orange around there too. Like if you look around highlights, oftentimes like you'll get a lot of info. Like you'll see like differences there. Like you'll get like, oh yeah, there's a little bit of a yellow kind of surrounding that, and it will really help a ton. Like right around the highlights, you can see that quite a bit. But I do want this to transition outwards. And so let's get these transitions working. So it's tough. Like you want there to be a break between the lights and the darks. But, you want there to be a break there between the lights and the darks. But you don't want to make it too overly smooth. But you have to make it smooth enough to where it starts to look round. And here, let's get this area just a bit lighter. I think the lights need to transition a bit longer on this one. It's looking a little bit rough. Like I'm making it a rougher version than what it should be too. So got to create make these transitions smooth out a bit. But yeah, this skin tone's super cool. Like I really like this. It's really fun. I mean to paint. There's some interesting. But this is the thing. Look at this. We've got 3 different skin types here that we did really quickly, respectively. We did them pretty quickly, and You know, and they're totally different in color scheme, like completely different in color scheme, very different in value scheme. You do not have to paint skin by choosing one color and just making it lighter or darker. Don't do that anymore. After you take this class, like, don't do that anymore. Don't just, I mean, sometimes you need to do that depending on what, you know, you don't have to promise not to do it anymore. Sometimes you need to do that based on whatever the format is that you know, like if you're doing a cartoon character or something like that, sometimes you can't deviate from that. You have to keep the skin tones really, you know, really uniform and all that. But if you're trying to paint real looking skin, you know, really, you know, get some reference like that and take a look at some things and really really try to come up with you know, accurate representations of things that you're looking at, and try to make it authentic that way. And it's always going to be, like I said, a little bit different, but this is going to look much more authentic as skin, you know, when I'm pulling it from something. And I can pull it from any reference. The lighting doesn't even have to be that great. I can pull it from that reference, and it works. So let's take a look. We have this. This is beginning to work. You can see how quickly we can get that in place. And then let's give her that hair. Let's give her that awesome hair. So let's get the mass of the hair first. And I'll actually put it behind it. That might be easier. So it's definitely a darker value for the hair. And, you know, it's sort of sprouting from this area. Oops, let's go 100%. It's kind of sprouting from this area. I'm getting like something on my Wacom is being weird. Let's have it coming up like this. There we go. Got that off, whatever it was. And then it comes down. And you want to deal with it as a mass first. Definitely as a mass. And so I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna move this whole thing over. Yeah, there we go. And I'll go in front of this in a second. I'll go in front of this in a second. Like this, and then I will move up to this another layer and go in front of it. So like this, kind of coming over. This right meeting up right there. I love her hair. I think it's so cool. This is kind of coming over. Now, we need to look at the breakup pattern. What's the breakup pattern on the edge? It's this, right? It's these curls. So how do we do that, right? So it might be better to actually do it, you know, on our own. But we could find like let's see like a curl. Like, let's see if there's a curl brush or a swirl. Yeah, look at this. What's this? Okay. Yeah, this might work. Look at this. So I could, you know, reduce it in size and potentially. This actually could work. So you see how I'd have to adjust it. So I'll have to adjust it. But this brush that showed up like this is sort of has the flavor of it. Now it's odd. Like I'm gonna have to fix it, you know, in certain spots. But it has like a curl sort of a flavor to it. I'll show you. You can kind of see it showing up that way. Oops. Let's go back to the normal brush. Yeah, like this. I'll be able to modify this and get this to convey the breakup pattern on the outside. I will have to modify it quite a bit, but it gives me a starting point. I always like to have a starting point, you know. Creating the randomness in a pattern is always really difficult when you don't have a starting point. And so just having a starting point, I can go back in with a normal brush after that, and that's fine. But it just gives me something to work from and build off of. And it gives it a randomness that's hard to duplicate. It's hard to duplicate that randomness. You know, you just have to... You have to find a way to get that up front. Okay, so let's grab this color. I'm gonna grab this. Kind of carve into that with that. Oops. Yeah, and see, it's already starting to look somewhat curly. Like the effect is kind of there. So now we'll just come over it with the regular brush that we used, and we got that effect. And we just need to enhance it a little bit. So, you know, we can get it and kind of get some areas that are a little bit less like that and get these curls coming over. Yeah, see, look, it's kind of mimicking the nature of it, like the random nature of it. See, so I have to doctor this, right? But that's okay. I found a brush that's similar. I'm not going to find a brush that's like a slam dunk, like exactly the same. You know, that's not going to happen. But that's okay. When I go over this too, when I say, okay, here's the lighter value, like there's a lighter value in here. It's just very close to the darks that are there. It's just barely lighter. That breakup pattern in that's there. It's just barely lighter. And I could probably do that with this brush, that swirl brush that I use. This is Kyle's Concept Brushes Smoke Swirl. So that's what that is. I could probably get away with kind of, it might even be more faint than that, like this curl brush. Right, so I can sort of get this. And I'll get the shadows that are underneath in a sec, but again, this is a starting point, you know, to get the feel of these curls. This way you're getting to the heart of the texture and understanding the texture without having to, and understanding the breakup pattern without having to paint every individual curl. You don't need to do that. Don't need to do that. So then I'll come back over again like I did before and adjust that, modify that. Oops. And, you know, I might not be getting the exact effect I wanted. You know, like this looks similar. Hers, it looks like it's a little bit more, like hers are more like ringlets. So I'm going to adjust it to try to get it to look more like ringlets. This is more like kind of messy, I would say. So it's getting a little bit of a different effect in that regard, but still, I think it does work. And I want to get this area in a little bit more in shadow, like this hair would be casting a shadow over here on this side. You'd get a shadow right there. It'd be a little bit darker. Like that sort of a thing showing up over there. And the highlight would be right up against that. And see, now when I start to get that shadow, that cast shadow that would be coming off of that, now all of a sudden it starts to look a little bit better. It starts to look like that's actually sitting there. And I mean, it definitely looks curly. I don't think it looks exactly like her curls, but it definitely looks curly. And you know, texture-wise, I think it's getting there. It's getting there. There are definitely more, I think like her hair is in strands a little bit more. Like there's darker values that are creeping through, and it looks more like it's one length and it's all cohesive, like it's a strand that's cohesive, much more like that. So we could adjust this and modify it till we get it to that point. Let's look at that breakup pattern. This is a very interesting breakup pattern right here. It's not like the other areas. It's almost similar to her hair over here, like that breakup pattern right there. So you kind of get that flowing in like this. Yeah, like that. And okay, let's see. Yeah, so see, we're starting to get that showing up. And of course, if you had a highlight, you know, if you had like really strong light showing up on this, you would get something, you'd get some areas like, and it would have the same breakup pattern. So if you had like a really strong highlight hitting certain parts of the hair, you'd have certain sections that were getting hit, and you'd convey that, right? So you'd have the same sort of thing that's getting hit right there, same sort of pattern where it's getting hit, and you'd convey it just like that. So, and this would cast a shadow. It would cast the same sort of shape for that shadow there. But, oops, dang it. I keep doing that. Sorry, guys. Keep knocking my mouse off. But yeah, you just build it up layer by layer like that, using that you know, effect. And I've never used this brush before, so this is the first time I've ever used that brush. And have I painted curly? I've painted my daughter's hair, which is curly. Yeah, so look, let me show you this painting I did on my iPad of my daughter, and I'll show you an example of what I'm talking about. Okay, I think this is it. Yeah. So look, using like, see how I'm using the values in the edges, and the colors are what I was seeing there, but I was using that methodology for laying those strokes down to simulate that texture of her hair. And so she's got like these curls that were there, but then she's got like this fuzziness that's behind it. And so I got a little bit of both on there, but I was trying to keep it loose. This one's a little bit more loose, and just more painterly. But this is when she was little. She's 4 now, but this is when she was probably like 1.5 or something. But you can see the same sort of methodology. Look at the silhouette. Look at all of that. Look at how it's reading. And so look, you can do skin tones like this. And if you're observing things properly, and if you're working this out, you can do these skin tones. You can do this stuff fairly quickly. It's not going to be, an issue. You're going to be able to do it. You just have to have the right observations, and you have to, build things up in the right way. And there's there's a lot of power, like I said, in the breakup pattern. That's what I call it. I haven't thought of a better term for it. Like, breakup pattern is the best I can kind of think of. I haven't really thought of anything else. So, let's put that face on here. This isn't what I'm not like making fun of this girl. I'm just putting a funny face on there. Makes it look more like it has to follow the lighting, so it so okay, so all right, now let's look at some other textures. Let me cover some questions. Let me stop and cover some questions before we move on too far. Okay. Can skin reflectivity be dependent on how oily the skin is naturally? Potentially, yes. So, like, if you have like really oily skin, like, you may get a little bit more of that. But so yeah, I mean, if there's like a liquid on your skin, like, you'll get that. But you'd be surprised. Like, I think like a lot of black skin is not oily at all. Like, but there's a sharpness to the highlights, which is interesting. So it depends where you're from. It depends where you're from, and like what your heritage is, and sort of what genetic background you come from. But certain times you'll have a very strong highlight, and then certain times it'll be more diffuse and stuff like that. Like, I feel like she is from like maybe Eastern Africa, like Northeastern Africa, or maybe Northwestern. I might be wrong about that. But Northwestern Africa tends to have like a little bit of a sharper highlight for me. I don't know. Like, as I go to the east and the south, like South Africa and like all the way up the coast on the east side, it tends to look more like hers, where it's more of a diffuse highlight. I don't know if it's all artistic, so I don't know if they even know if that's true, but it seems like that to me. So, but that has no bearing on whether their skin is oily or not. It just is sort of the nature of your skin type and everything. So, it's interesting. It's very, very interesting. And you can do this in the mirror, right? So you can do this in the mirror, like, and it's funny when you start thinking about textures and you start thinking about the highlights, the breakup patterns, like the local color, local value, like whether it's like there's how much of the environment is being reflected in, how much is left out. When you start going through all that stuff, and you're going to start looking at everybody and everything a little bit differently. You start like noticing things when you're out, and you start like, I stare at people and I'm kind of like studying it, like, okay, this is like this, and I need to paint. How would I paint that? I would do this. And people are like, why are you staring at me? I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. But so you'll start noticing that kind of a thing. But you can do it to yourself in the mirror. You can say like, all right, well, look, here's my skin. Let me grab a different light. Let me put some water on my head. Let me see what it looks like when I'm sweaty. Let me see what it looks like. You can do all that. You can do all that and go through all that. And you can use yourself as a model, or your family, or whatever, as long as they don't mind you kind of staring at them sometimes. So, yeah. Okay. Sebastian, oh, good. Good. I'm glad you you like this. I'm glad this was working out. Okay, so let's see. Swirl This swirl brush that I used was Kyle's Concept Brushes Smoke Swirl, if anybody wants that. So the other one is that hair one. I can't remember. Yeah, Bristle, Hair, and Grass. Bristle, Hair, and Grass. And it's all from Kyle Brush's stuff. I feel texture has a general shape microscopically that can affect what brush you use to break up your edges. Yes. So if we go and you look at some of the breakup patterns here, like some of them, I would be hard pressed. I could paint, like traditionally it'd be hard for me to paint this fly eye. I could do it, but typically what you'll see artists do, like when they're painting this traditionally, is they will paint the eye. They will sort of, paint a version of the eye that has the colors and has all this stuff like this, and they have all the transitions, and they do this kind of a thing where they have all the transitions, and then they choose a key place to show a highlight, and they'll put the highlight in the shape of that to kind of convey, oh yeah, this has this sort of texture, right? And they'll kind of put the highlight there. I have a good example of that. Actually, let me show you. So when people are working traditionally, they'll just, like, there's certain patterns that you can't, it's hard to reproduce when you don't have Photoshop and you can make a custom brush, which, by the way, I want to show you guys how I do that as well. But let's look at a Frazetta painting. Let's look at a Frazetta painting. There's one with a snake that I was always like, dude, I love the way he painted that texture. Like, that texture is so good. Is it this one? I saw it in person. Well, here's a good example. This isn't the exact one I was thinking of, but here's a good example. So he's not going to paint every scale, right? He's not going to paint every scale on this. But he will convey that to the viewer somehow, right? So how did he convey it to the viewer here? This one might be, it's kind of hard to see. It's probably too small. Let me find a better one. There's definitely a one with a snake that it was really cool that he did. He's got to have one, I'm sure, that has it. Oh man, come on, for real. Well, you can kind of see it here with this. Let's see if this is bigger. Yeah, this is bigger. So see that scale pattern on his back? This kind of conveys there. He had one with a highlight that was much better. That was just a highlight that was much better. But if you look at the scale pattern here, that's where he's focusing on the texture. Look, it starts to go away as you get down here. It starts to like fade as you get over here. And then look, this dark area, you kind of don't see it. You kind of see it up here in the lights, right in that transition between the lights and the darks is where he emphasized that. Is there any scale stuff over here? Nope. 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 Only right here in that transition between the lights and the darks. Not even in the reflected light side really does he have it. So you can see, that's a shortcut. Once you understand the way textures work, you can use those shortcuts. Here, let's see. I'm going to see if I can find that one, though, because it's really good. Frazetta, I'll put Frazetta Boa Constrictor. Let's see if we can find one. Oh, wait, is that it? Maybe. Nope. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, but that's the painting. Okay, so, yeah, that's the painting. So let's see if we can find it. The one that's a higher res. Oh no, maybe it isn't that painting, but either way, like, you can see here, like, how do you show that this is sort of a shiny surface? You show this as a shiny surface by the highlight that's right there. Here, let's do this. Now, what would happen if I came in here and took this lightest area and created like a diamond sort of pattern out of it, right? So it's this highlight, but I created like a diamond pattern out of the highlight. Now, it would get darker as it went over there. As it got further away, it would get darker. But I have this sort of diamond pattern that's showing up here. That gives you information about what the surface of this snake is like. Now, it needs to fade as it goes further out. But I could get this to look like, oh, yeah, oh, okay, he's got scales. He's got scales. And if there was reflected light, like, bouncing up in there, then I could have some scales down here as well. Like, there's reflected light bouncing up in, and then the scales are showing up down here. That's going to convey that to a person. And so the exact placement of those scales is, going to make the difference in a painting. But But this, if you want the surface to look ultra smooth, then what do? You come in and you do what he did here. This looks like very smooth and almost glassy, right? That almost looks like a dolphin skin or something. You know, like this is very smooth. And if you really wanted it to look ultra smooth and like reflective, then you would think about the environment bouncing in, right? So you have a bit of this skin bouncing in. So you have this skin kind of hitting it on the top. I use a low opacity and have this, you know, a little bit of a lighter layer on top where the skin is hitting it. And then maybe there's reflected light like from the water, and that's bouncing in the bottom too. And you have that layer there. Now, this would probably be a little bit more green underneath here. But you'd have sort of an area of reflection that's bouncing up in. Now, I have to darken this out, but you know, you start doing that and you have like I'll show you what I mean. Let me go back to the skin tone. So let's say this skin was very you know, reflective, right? So we'd go in here, we grab this. Let's select that. Okay, is that? Let's grab this. Let's grab this one. Yeah. So we'll look here, and then we'll make this girl's skin tone just like she's a little bit reflective. So we'll come in here, you know, and have like a layer underneath like that. Have a layer on top that's reflective up there, and the highlight would be very. We could even cut into this. You know, we could even cut into this and say, well, you know, there's a little bit of something in the way of the reflection in a spot down here, so we'll kind of, you know, cut that out. You know, like there's something in the scene that's blocking that reflection a little bit. You know, and then up here we'd make the highlight very, very crisp. Like that. And all of a sudden this thing is starting to look much more glossy, much more, you know, sort of wet or whatever. And so you can, just by the highlights, just by the breakup patterns, just by different things like that, you can convey so much about the surface. And so when somebody's working traditionally and they can't paint every little scale and every little thing, you'll see them work that way quite a bit and just be very selective about which area, you know, you want to render that in. So, yeah, so yeah, that's a good question though. It's a good question. If you don't have a texture brush that works in your application, you can always use the lasso selection tool to create your breakup textures and patterns. Wing Dante, my man, that is my man. It could be a girl, it could be a woman too. I'm saying Winged Dante. Dante is typically a guy's name, but it might not be. So sorry. But yes, but I'll still say my man. Even if you're a woman, I'd say my man. You know. That is awesome. That's awesome. That's actually fantastic. You can totally do that with the selection tool. Get really intricate and, you know, really interesting breakup patterns. Like, hey, let's swirl this. Look at that. There you go. Right? Now I can start there and I can always erase it out. I can always come in and erase this out and get more of a curl, right? And get more of a curl and, you know, you can totally do that 100%. And I'm going to show you another way to do it too. Actually, let me just do a quick, do I have any of these where I took the hair off? Well, I have this one. Let's grab this individual, this hair, skin that I did before. Sorry. Let's grab the skin that I did before. And I want to show you what you can do to, and you saw a texture that I had here. You saw a texture that I had in this list. This one is where I tried a little bit of a different method for this particular one right here. This is like a stocking or a fishnet stocking one was really interesting. So look, if we've got, let's just look up like I don't even know, like you could do something like you could do like a fishnet stocking pattern, like a colored one. Let's see if we can find a different one. Yeah, so like here we go. So like if you look here, like this pattern, we need a bigger version. There we go. So let's just grab this pattern, okay? You can also do this in Photoshop. And some people are like, well, this is cheating. I don't think it's necessarily cheating. It just depends on what you're doing. It looks more rendered when you do that. It looks more painted when you do this. When you do what we were doing here, it looks more painted. Oops, sorry. Let's get rid of this. When you do it like this, it looks more painted. So it just depends on what you want to do. It just depends on how you want to go about it, what you want to do, and what you want the end result to be. But if you did want this sort of fishnet stocking texture over top of this, what I would do, and when I was experimenting with that, and I've used certain textures where I did multiple different techniques all at once. So I may have used a pattern like this and then, moved on to other things. But let me show you what I do. So what I do is I grab this and I make this as bright. So let's say I'll make this dark. I want that pattern. I want the little cells inside there to show up still as well. Like these little, I have the bigger area of the stocking, but I want those inner areas to show up as well. So I want the contrast to be as strong as I possibly can. And I will come in like this. And then I will get rid of every kind of color that's showing up in there. And then I will select just the white areas and delete them. So that we're left with this, right? So we're left with this sort of thing. And you can even do it with white in the background. It's fine. But if you select this and then you go to define brush preset, you'll get something that looks very similar. See that? So it looks very similar to what I've got there. So now we go back to, it's kind of hard to see where the, like when I is it in the middle? I think it is in the middle. Yeah, it might be in the middle. But with the brush box, it actually will put the new brush right in there, which is really good. So we'll come in here. I'm glad I saw you guys were saying she was cute too. So let's come here and let's just make a new layer, and let's just grab that brush and let's just put it on black, and we'll make it bigger, and let's just do this, right? So now we've got these fishnet stockings. They're not dark enough. So let's make the flow 100%. I'm gonna hold Shift 100, make the flow 100%. Okay, so now we've got this stocking that's showing up there, right? And we can put this over top of our skin that we have there, but it doesn't look like it works, right? So we can just warp it. So you can just take this, warp it, so it looks like it's turning in space. And then I'll show you what I do after this. But you can totally just turn this in space, take this pattern. And now you've made a brush too, so you can put it over top of like any sort of leg that you want to put it over. And it won't be 100%, like you still will have to adjust it. And I'll show you some of the things that I do to adjust it, but it's not going to be 100%, and you have to do your best, but you can get a pretty realistic result this way. There's puppet warps in Photoshop too. There's all kinds of different warps you can use and things that are really interesting. But you can get that to go over top of it. And if you've painted the skin properly, you just put this over top and kind of good to go. So here, now watch. So I'll put this over top. Now I will select that layer underneath, and I'm just going to invert the selection, Control-Shift-I, and then I'm going to delete the excess of this, right? So now I've got a texture where it has everything on there, like it's like a stocking that's over top of it, right? But that's not really good enough because it looks flat. Blue isn't good enough, and this stocking is not good enough. So you're going to come over this, and like if I was looking at this in person and I was seeing this, the fabric would be raised off of this texture a little bit. So this would get raised a little bit. Like each of these would probably, be raised up a bit, like just a touch, right? It would sort of show over the edges. And you'd get like a little bit of a raised section. You get like a tiny bit of that. And again, this is the silhouette. This is the silhouette that we're talking about, and really, defining the silhouette. That's the key thing. And then also the lighting would really come into play too. Like the stocking where the highlight is, which is right here on this, would get brighter. So I'd adjust it a little bit like this. These would come over just a bit, depending on where they were. I'd adjust that, and each texture is different. Like you might have to do this for some textures. You might not have to do this for some textures. Like, it just depends. It just depends, you know. Maybe there you'd have a little bit of a darker edge on there in some spots. Maybe this would be coming over each of these small little individual things. Maybe some hairs would be coming off of this if it got a little bit frayed. One of the things that I like to do too is like putting that hole in the stocking was very strategic because you can also convey realism of a texture by doing something like that because people like it's an experiential thing. So anybody that's had a stocking like this will be like, oh yeah, these rip. They rip all the time. And so putting that hole in there makes a huge difference because everyone will look at that and say like, oh yeah, I like fishnet stockings catch on everything. It's really annoying, you know, and that instantly gives it a sense of realism when you have something that's sort of been used and lived in and you know, it has signs of wear. Any signs of wear that you can put down usually will make something look a little bit more realistic as well. So, you know, maybe this has a little bit of a shadow underneath here or something like that. You know, you have that sort of thing showing up. But you also want to change the overall. I'm just control clicking and then I hit Control H to hide this. But you can come in and lighten this area just very, very slightly around this highlight. Right, so right there, the stockings would be getting hit by the light as well. They'd be getting hit by the light as well. It wouldn't just be, you know, the skin underneath. So you have to do that. And then maybe in the shadow areas, you can darken that down even more. You know, make it a bit darker so that there's a shift. There's a shift in value when it kind of bows in. And then it would get a little bit brighter here. You know, here it would get, and definitely down here you'd have reflected light. So the stocking down here would get a little bit lighter. And then it's going to make it look a lot more realistic when you do that. So, and, you know, you can come underneath and put the, you know, adjust the skin. Like, this kind of looks weird being, you know, so light right there. It's kind of odd. Like, it works with the sphere with the way it is, but it looks a little bit odd to have that. So then you're going to have something that's much more realistic. And you can use a pattern like that to create something. I did that with this. I did that with the snake skin, like this boa constrictor one. You can see like I used a combination of a pattern and also just regular, just straight painting. So made a brush, did a bunch of different things, used a bunch of different things for that. So so you can use a combination of those things. You can use the straight, you can do it straight up painting wise, all that. There's a lot of different options. Okay. As an African-American artist who's interested in representing people who look like me and my family, I deeply and greatly appreciate this demo. Oh, hey, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. Yeah, totally. Well, that's the thing. Like, you know, that's the thing. It's like, it's everybody's skin is different and it's so cool. And you know what's funny is like everybody will come to my studio and like if I'm going to paint them, like they will say, I don't paint this. Like my skin's dry, don't paint it. Or my nose is big, don't paint it. Or, you know, this and that. Like more often than not, whatever they say they don't want me to paint is like the thing that I'm like, I love to paint that. Like I love to paint that. And I love to, like, I'm like, turn to the side. If your nose is big, like turn to the side. That's cool. Like the shadows are really awesome, you know? And you know, because we're looking at it for the light. Artists are looking at it for the light. We're looking at it for the color, the light. So somebody may feel a certain way about themselves, but it's like, you know, somebody's like, well, I remember when I was doing figure drawing, people would come in and say too, like, don't draw this like part of my stomach that comes over. And I was like, literally everybody that comes in like has that little bit of a bump, you know, like they're like, it's just where your hips are. I said, it's totally fine. I was like, and actually, if you looked super straight and flat, like it would be kind of boring. I said, it wouldn't really look good, you know? So it's funny to see people change when they come into an artist studio because we don't look at things like we just appreciate. I don't look at things like you know, like one thing is better than the other. It's like it depends on the situation and it's you know, anything, any kind of feature, any kind of whatever, you know, it's all interesting to me. Like it's all interesting to me. So anyways, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that and yeah, their skin is so fun. It's so fun because there's so many different variations. And like I said, just when you think you've got it nailed, someone steps in a certain kind of lighting. My family, I've painted them so many times, and then they step in a certain kind of lighting, and I can't get a handle on it, you know. So it's awesome. It's like you could study that forever. You could study that forever. Okay. Oh, good. You guys thought Pip was adorable. You like that? You like that of her? Yeah. She's cute. She's really cute. I'll see if I have a picture that's really quick to get to, while I'm talking to show you what she looks like, because you can see that effect of her hair. It'd be interesting for you guys to see. She's older now, but that effect of the hair, and I can use that to sort of explain, a little bit more of that breakup pattern and all of that. So, well, here's a shot of her. That looks like an older shot, actually. Let's see. I've got one. I think I've got one pretty close. We take a lot of pictures of her because she's got wacky hair. Okay, so here, this is a funny one. This is a funny one. So you guys, she's being intentionally like silly. She's being real silly. But look, so she's looking at like when she got annoyed that we were taking pictures of her. So she just started looking ahead like. So it's really funny. She's a character too. She's definitely a character. But look at what's happening here. So look at the edge. See how I was saying like she has that soft sort of edge, but see how the breakup pattern is duplicated, and it's even duplicated from this value here. Let's get this value from this value here to this value. It's like you're seeing that pattern, and hers, her hair is a lot more sort of cohesive as a unit. Like her hair is like way more cohesive as a unit than this girl's hair was. This girl's hair was not as cohesive as a unit. It was more here, let's get rid of this stuff. It was definitely more you could see like the individual hairs, yeah. So you can see the individual hairs more here. And the individual strands of hair, like it is cohesive, I guess, in the value wise and stuff. It is very cohesive, but you can see very clear like individual strands, and you can't really see that on Pips. But yeah, you can see. Look at all the breakup patterns and stuff that's showing up there, and look at the edge up there. Look at the edge up here, right? Look at that like very fuzzy edge. Watch what happens if I destroy that. Watch what happens if I destroy that edge. And make it flat, right? And this happens all the time. Like I see students doing this all the time. And I have to say, hey, stop flattening out that person's head. Stop flattening out their hair. Look at how it kills it. I mean, it totally kills it. It makes it look bizarre, doesn't it? It makes it look like she's got like a weird helmet. But we draw hair that way for some reason. I don't know why. We just naturally sort of draw it that way. Our natural inclination is to draw individual hairs on the inside and then keep it super flat on the outside. And you have to actually do the opposite. You have to actually kind of draw this stuff on the outside and then keep it really cohesive on the inside. So values are key for representing hair. So yeah, that was when she was little. She was real little. Oh man, that was funny. She was outside. You can see her nose is red. She was cold. She's our cutie. So let's see. Yes, we had this. Now let's do some other textures. Showed you a little bit with that pattern. Let's grab some of these textures that I had. I wanted to show you how I would do something like this. So let's do like a peeling paint texture. Well, maybe that one, or I have another one that's yeah, that one's good too. Yeah, I wanted to show you like it's very similar. Let's do this because this has a little bit more of like a feathered version. That's a little bit different than what we've showed so far. So yeah, so this is like these sun conures, and I'm going to start off with a sphere, but I'm going to quickly move past the sphere, and because the shape is going to have to be like, look at the silhouette there. You can see the silhouette. The shape is going to have to be altered for sure. So I'll start like this just to get the color families in place and the value families. But I'm gonna shift to a brush that's gonna be more like a palette knife. I'm just gonna take a quick drink too. Sorry. Oh, and let me go before I do this. Let me go through your questions again as well. Okay. What's your thoughts about what's your thoughts about painting skin values first, grayscale, and then coloring afterwards? You can definitely do that. You can definitely do that. That's a real tried and true way. I think it does show through in the end. My opinion is like it does show through, depending on how you do it. So for me, like a huge part of skin has to do with the color families and how they sort of link up with one another. And I feel like if I wouldn't have put these colors down in this way, they wouldn't retain the characteristics of each individual one. And like I said, everybody's different. Every situation is different, and so I just, I hate to like, if you go to grayscale first, it tends to, it simplifies things, which is nice, but it tends to, I feel like oversimplify it and sort of give it a cohesiveness that sometimes can be good, but other times it's really just dependent on what you want to do. It depends on what you want to do, really. If you want to paint like Daniel Gerhardt's and you want to have a lot of different color, I'll show you like someone like him or Soroya or someone like that. Daniel Gerhardt's he paints like a, like he keeps his values in the mid-range and really punches the color big time. You can even see on here, look at this. So look at that. Like you can see like all the different colors, like the blues that are showing up in there. He always is thinking almost first in terms of color. Look at that. Like, so this is like not going to be quite as realistic. This is going to be more of an impressionist painting where he's like almost putting color above the realism, because this looks good. It looks, accurate in terms of where things are, but it doesn't look real. Like you wouldn't think these people are going to like jump out of the painting if you were there in person, but it'd be a really cool painting, but you don't think like, that they're going to jump out, so he's prioritizing color over top of that. So I feel like if you're prioritizing form and you want to get something to look more realistic, then starting with the grayscale probably would be an acceptable and even a really good approach, and maybe a better approach to do that. If you want that form to really show and pop. If you're prioritizing color more, like Gerhardt's or like Soroya, that you would probably want to dive in straight with the color. Like, I mean, if you're kind of thinking of color like Soroya did like this, you got to go in with that first, because like it's not gonna work for you to go grayscale and then go over top when you're thinking more like an impressionist. So you got to go straight in with the color then. And so I think it's good to do both. I think it's good to do both and see, and there's advantages and disadvantages to everything. The color will tend to get worked into a not muddy section, but like it'll tend to get worked into like sort of the mid-range. If you have grayscale underneath, it just tends to like kind of flatten the color a bit, just by virtue of how it works. But like I said, the form's gonna be great, and impressionists like that, you can retain that intensity of color by doing that. So I don't know. Yeah, I guess you could do it in grayscale and then go over it with really intense color. But I feel like if you're doing that, then you're probably painting over it anyways. So, you're probably painting over a lot of it regardless. So I don't know. That's my take on it. But okay. Oh yes, freckles. That's right. We can do some freckles. I did say something about freckles. Let's do some freckles. Yes. Okay. So let's find a pattern that simulates these freckles, and let's put it on her. I probably shouldn't have done this. I can probably, well, I'll just paint over it, and let's get these transitions again. I shouldn't have painted this. We could put freckles on the other girl, but I feel like it would be better on her if we put it on her. Oh, maybe we can put it on this one, I guess. All right. Yeah, let's put it on this one. That's fine. She is a little bit lighter. So when you look at the freckles, like one of the trickiest things is figuring out how to duplicate that pattern. So the pattern is tough. It's a very random pattern. Some things are lighter, some things are darker, some things are, like linked up together. Like you have like joined areas of the freckles where there's like 3 or 4 that just like overlap, and it looks like a shape there. It doesn't really look like a dot. So you want a brush or an application method that sort of simulates that. So this one could simulate that. I'm thinking I've got some. I believe I've got one that might get it. This one could work. Yeah, that one works. So this one is. Let me tell you what this is. I'm gonna have to modify this a bit, but this is Kyle's spatter brush. So you can see a lot of Kyle's spatter brushes, and it's organic noise 2. Am I getting? Why is this not showing? Hold on a second. Why is this not updating? Let's see. Are you guys seeing an update? Hold on. That was weird. Oh, there we go. Now I feel like it was stuck. Maybe it did get stuck for a little bit. But I should be good now, I think. But this is Kyle's Spatter Brushes Organic Noise. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to drop in some, but look at the color of them too. They're lighter in value, and they are, they vary a little bit in opacity. So I want a little bit of that as well. Let me see so I can. Yeah, it's okay now. Okay. Okay, good. It's okay now. Yeah, okay. You guys noticed that too. All right. So what I'm going to probably do, and I do this quite a bit. Like I will actually come in, I'll say it's a little bit warmer, a little bit more red. I'm going to drop this in. I'm going to use varied pressure. I have this set to 100% opacity, but I'm going to change that. I'm going to make it, sort of do this. And then what I'll do is this, I'll show you. So I want to get the pattern first. And then as it comes over here, maybe it gets a little bit smaller. Then there's some places where the shapes join up. And you get maybe some darker, freckles down here. That sort of thing. And once I have this down, then I will go back and I will treat that as... I'll do this on a separate layer, and then I will select this layer. So I'll select that layer. Now I can come back in with my normal brush once I've got the pattern. So a lot of times I will use a custom brush just to get the pattern. And then I'll come back in and say, like, okay, well, these need to get a little bit lighter. In here, in the shadows, they'll get a little bit darker. Let's get a little bit darker with these freckles that show up in the shadows. Like, as it gets further into shadow, you're going to need to emphasize that more. Right? And these up here get a little bit lighter. These up here would be pretty light. Like that. And you see very quickly, very easily, we're getting something that's working, It works, and it's just that pattern, but I might need to erase certain sections, so I'll erase this section. I'll erase these out. Get rid of these ones that are up in the hair. Of course, they don't belong there. So we'll get rid of these, get rid of these. So, that works fairly well, like right off the bat, but we just want to fine tune it. So we'll fine tune it a bit. Keep it warm. Those are definitely warm. And, it definitely goes from lighter to darker. Stay in this orange kind of area here. And then you would definitely see something that is, you would definitely see the freckles there, even in reflected light. So you definitely would see them. So, but you want to come in and then you want to make these into like organic shapes then at that point. So you want to come in certain areas, you would join them up and have them group up like you saw in the original. And you just have to be careful to stay consistent with the values. And certain ones would show up a little bit less. You'd have a little bit more less opacity with certain ones. And, this is when you would go in and tweak this stuff and get it to work really well. But you can see with that pattern, once you get the pattern sorted, the rest becomes much easier. So you can get those freckles showing up, and if you imagine someone's eyes on this and a nose, like let's give them eyes and a mouth. It works, So and you can go in and doctor that, change it, like have them, having it on a separate layer like that and selecting the layer and then being able to alter the values with your brush is huge. That's really good. So, okay, let's see. Okay. Let me see. Freckles, there's freckles. Okay, good. I got back to where we were. The face on the orb kind of gives me Castaway vibes. Oh yeah, it totally does. It's like Wilson. It is. It's like Wilson. That's really funny. In the drawing of your daughter, you make brush. I make the brush strokes more spontaneous? And how long did I take to do it? So this one was probably this portrait probably took me. I did it on my iPad in Infinite Painter, and there's some really painterly brushes in there. That probably took me. I think I did it over a stream, so that was probably 2 hours. That was probably 2 hours of just hitting it hard and doing that. 2 or 3 maybe, or something like that. Yeah, I believe so. And I actually have the video of that. I'll show you the video of that if you want to see it. I think I have that video somewhere. No, that's not it. Maybe in here. Do I have it? No. Okay, so I don't have it on me right now. But the hair actually, the hardest part was getting the colors and the values underneath all this. So this stuff is pretty, I had to get it to where it didn't look forced, but this stuff is fairly easy once you get the stuff underneath in the right place. So that's the real tough part. And you'd be surprised how long these take me, like how long I take between strokes and how long I focus on that, because you have to really get the essence of that breakup pattern. You have to really get it. And so there's a lot of like, I'll put down a stroke and I'm like evaluating it like, meh, I don't know, that doesn't quite get it. And I really want to try to get that across. So I'm sitting there thinking a lot, and then I'll put down a stroke. And so it's not like I'm moving like this. I don't come in here and I'm not moving like this and super fast. Like, I'll put down a stroke and then I'll evaluate it, and then I'll put down a stroke and then I'll evaluate it. So, so there's a lot of thought that goes into that. But let's see. Thanks, Three-Legged Cow, for the texture nod. It only suggests texture in certain parts that the light points at specifically. Yes, that's right. The female Wilson. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Oh, yes, I'm a he. Okay, Wing Dante, you're... Okay, so I can say my man, and it's good. Okay. All right. Yeah, so Petra. I think I said Peter before. Sorry if I said Peter. But Petra, yeah, so when you do something repetitive, there's a couple different options. So you can do that first option, like when something's repetitive, where you have to... You can do where's that stocking one? You can do this. You can use a pattern like that. If it's repetitive, you can do that. I used that on the eye, on the fly eye as well. This fly eye, what I did was, you can see I used like a diamond. I actually made a custom brush for this that was just a bunch of diamonds like that. Like, because that's what I was noticing, that it was sort of like diamond shaped. And then I put down a brush stroke of just those diamonds, and then I put down and I stretched it and morphed it around that shape that I wanted it to be, like you guys saw me do with the stockings. And then I put down another. I had that layer there, and then I copied and pasted that layer, and you can see like I made it another layer next to it that was darker and put it underneath it. So you see that? So it's like there was this weird thing with the fly eye where it's like it's got like shadows in some spot. It looks like hexagons like cut through something in some spots, and then in certain other spots it looks like it's like they're actually lit. It's weird. There's a weird kind of back and forth. So I was able to do that with this fly eye, and I think it's because each of those areas are like an eye, and it's like it really is like, in essence, is like a bubble, like a little bubble in each of these little slots. So this is like these are like the highlights on top of those. And so yeah, you just have to get creative, like with layering and figuring out how to utilize it and how to make it work. And that's what I did here with a pattern, like a repetitive pattern. I created a brush and put that over top. So this fabric is here, what I painted, just a study. And then this fabric right here is it has that pattern put over top with the brush pattern put over top, and then I do it like that. So if you had like a something that you could stretch that over top of something, if you have like a lot of layer, or a lot of repetition, or you can create a brush and just individually, like here, if I have like dots, like I was looking at this, like here, this, like if you have a halftone brush or something like this, you can paint that, so you can have that. I'm trying to see, like I want you to see, like, that's not exactly what I wanted to show you. Yeah. So if you do this, like if you create a brush like this, then you can, if you have like a sphere or something that's right here, you can follow the form of your sphere like that. And you can actually set it so this brush, like it'll get smaller when you use less pressure. You can change it to size. So then you can have it going around that, and as it goes around it, you have a lighter amount of pressure here as it goes around the sphere, and then it gets a, you can have it look much more realistic if you do that. And so you can create custom brushes and do that, the things that are very, very repetitive. You can also, I mean, remember that I'm doing these textures like, and this is all you're looking at, right? So when I do a texture, it's like that's all you're looking at. This sort of shape like this for this durian plant, I just did by hand. So, but what I will do if I'm doing something by hand, what I will do is do this. I give myself a guide. So this is a very helpful way to do it. Let's say I've got a shape like this, and I'm just doing like a simple shape, and it kind of comes around like this, right? So this is the shape. These are where like the ellipses would be if you imagine this kind of being underneath. So if I have spikes sticking out of something, I will be like, I'll give myself a guide. Like, so there's a spike, there's a spike, there's a spike, there's a spike. And then I'll kind of say like, all right, this goes back in space. There's a spike. This one comes up like there's a spike. If I'm trying to keep it equal, right? There's a spike, and this is a spike, and then that's a spike, and then that's a spike. And so I get all of that worked out. So I kind of give myself a guide like that if I have a repetitive pattern. And then I'll do this, and have the spikes there, and this one would be here, and you'd have like the tip like that, and this one would be pointed out even more. So I have the spikes like that, so I try to give myself a guide to work from. So on the durian plant, that's what I did. That's what I did in that texture. Sorry for my nose. My allergies are the worst. I basically had like a guide that went up through there, like this for each of these areas. But the thing about the durian is it's not equal like that. It doesn't do that. So what I did was I had those lines that went through there, but then I put them like off center from each other and just like put little marks for where those things would be. And you can see the silhouette, that I worked on there. But then this inside stuff, like I just kind of like eyeballed it. And you see all up here is just very rough, and it's really in this area that the main focus is. That stuff stinks so bad too. I don't know if you ever smelled durian, but it smells really bad. But yeah, give yourself a guide and a gauge. So like if you had like a pattern that was following, like you can make sort of structure. If you have to hand paint it, and you want that look, you can create the structure there that will be easier for you to do that pattern, Now remember too that like when you're putting this stuff in a composition, you're gaining, when you're doing the texture study, you're gaining the info that you need from the texture study, and you're absorbing that, right? So you're absorbing that info. When you go to put like a freckled person in a composition, you can paint them very loosely. Like they don't need to be super detailed. It depends on what's going on in the composition. More often than not, you don't need to take them to an extreme detail level. Maybe you need to, but maybe you don't. And so understanding how textures work is the key. So then you come in and you say, the light's hitting her hair. Just bam. I want to put in some, like, it's like there's a couple parts that are shiny in her hair and the light's hitting there. And how do I do that? Okay, I remember how to do it. John was talking about it and I practiced it. I'm going to do this part, And now she's catching some light in her hair, and I need to have the dark areas kind of cut through there a little bit to have that make sense. And there, she's got a highlight on her hair, whatever. So you're thinking of all that. You don't need to draw every other bit of that to get that little, to have that understanding and know what you need to do there. So, it's once you understand how the texture works and how to capture it and what's important in capturing it, then you can just do very, very quick and very rough versions of it. So if you had something where there was a pattern like that, you could do the same thing that Frazetta did, with those paintings like I was talking about, where he simulated that texture that was there by only putting it in those spots where it's necessary. Even on like this horse, right? So this famous one, you look at the horse. Let's actually look at a different one. That one's, so here's a good one. Like, look at the chainmail. So you can see, like, on here, when it wants to go, here, look at the chainmail, right? So the chainmail, just next to his shield, he doesn't have it in the shadows. He only has like that in the lights, and I'll bring it in here. Look. So he's taking that understanding and that knowledge and just saying, okay, let me put in some highlight. Look at the highlights up here. They're almost like crude. They're not the same size as everything else, but he's got those highlights up here. And then he understands that you have these darker circles that occur down here and stuff like that. And he's simulating that texture. You know, and there's a lot that is detailed about this. But he didn't necessarily even, he did it because he wanted to in this painting, but he wouldn't need to actually put it down here. Look, it would totally read as chainmail if he just did this. You know, like that would still read as chainmail if he did that. People would know that's what it was. If the silhouette was handled right, you know, they would know that that's what it was. And you could even just you could simplify it and put a couple like shiny spots down here, and people would know that's chainmail, you know? You know, it looks kind of weird in how it terminates down here, but you could adjust that. But yeah, you wouldn't have to put it in, you know. So he wanted to put it in for effect or for, you know, whatever. So yeah, so remember too, when we're talking about this and you have like a patterned object and you really need to get it to, you feel like you need to get it to look real, you can simplify it. Simplifying is the hard part, and once you figure out the key spots, like the highlight in the fly's eye or whatever, you can just capture that. So for quick sketches, what are the essential things to add to get to a material to read? It changes from material to material, and that's sort of what I talk about in my class. Like I go through a lot of different materials. It changes, so that's a tough question to answer. Like certain ones require certain things to read properly, and certain things don't. It doesn't matter. Like some things, it doesn't matter what color you make it. Some things it's like essential for the color to be right. So if you put an iron ball in a room that has super orange lighting, it might look like copper, right? It might look like copper. So if you want that to read as iron, you have to have the color scheme there. So you might want to like maybe have like in your scene, if that needs to read like iron, maybe you have like something over there that's blocking that warm light, and you have cool light coming in from the side that will make it read properly. Or, you know, like you have to kind of problem solve that way. But it changes from thing to thing, unfortunately. But if you keep the things in mind that I'm talking about here, they will help tremendously for quick sketching. But you sort of have to, in order to know what you need to do for each individual one, there's ones that are very similar. Certain hair is the same, you know, certain skin is the same and stuff like that. But you really have to kind of break them down, and it's the doing of it that really is the part that helps. But yeah, because I mean, there's a lot of different textures that I've done here, and certain ones to paint them quickly, like it just depends, man. It just depends on the different texture that you're talking about. Some can be painted quicker than others. Some cannot. But yeah. Okay. Let's see. I've never seen stockings where those little bits exist. Yeah, I've never seen that either. Actually, that's the first time I've ever seen that. It is weird. That's very weird. Let's see. Isn't just cut with a circle collection? It doesn't just cutting with a circle collection work for that. I don't know what you're referencing there. Sorry, I forget. Like, cause it's further back. So. Yeah, the patterns would be flatter at the edge. Wish potato, yes, totally. And you can go in and doctor that. This is sort of like a quick way to do it. You know, they would start to load up around the edges. Like you could see them sort of like right at the very edge start to, like this stocking, like right at the very edge, they would start to group up a lot more. So there's downsides to using this sort of pattern method. Like around here, they would start to really group up and really like overlap each other a lot more. So if people are looking close, they will definitely notice that. There's ways to simulate that too. But even if you just wanted to lay this out to give yourself a guide for when you actually do the texture and do that, it still works really well for that. So, okay. Yeah, Photoshop filters. Yeah, be open to using all that stuff. Like, get a layer like that, mess with it, you know, use filters, you know, puppet, warp it, like, have some fun with it, and really think outside the box when you're trying to get these textures across. You know, really think outside the box. You know, for this tattoo, I hand drew it. For the other tattoo, wherever that is, where's that one? There it is. For this one, I actually grabbed something off the web that was the tattoo design and saw if I could like put it on there. And I was like, well, what do I need to change? Well, the highlight there, it looks kind of stuck on when you get really close to it. But if it was back on a character like this, it would work, you know? But, you know, like it had to be sort of degraded in order to make it work. Like I had to like erase certain parts and all that. You know, it's very interesting, like what you'll find when you start going through that. But, yes, fishnets rip so easy. Yeah. I'm getting PTSD from repairing fishnets. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Oh, you work backstage on Broadway. That's awesome. And yeah, repairing them is like probably a nightmare. Oh gosh, that's the worst. And you can just walk by real quick, catch on something, done. Yes, I can do a demo of something see-through. Absolutely. So if you look here, a lot of times when you're painting something see-through, like the issue is you're painting the environment around it. So when you paint something see-through, because you were mentioning maybe like glass or liquid. Yeah, so if you look here for like these liquids, you have to. The glass itself is like I'm going overboard with this, you know, the way I'm describing this, you know, shine on that glass and stuff like that. It's going to be based on the environment that's around it. I want to find one that is affected by the environment. Yeah, so this is a little bit more see-through as well. This Jello mold, this gets very complex. So you have like these different areas, and you have the highlights hitting each of these. As it comes through here, it gets a little bit darker, but then you'll have a more intense colored section where so the light comes through here, and then as it passes through, like there's certain lighter areas inside here, and the light is not, you know, it gets a little bit more dense with the Jello in these spots. I'll make this a little bit more clear. Like it gets a little bit more dense in these spots, but the light is actually passing through the center of that behind it, so it makes this look darker than what's in front of it, and you get a real intense color at the edge like this. It's very, very tricky to think about that and paint that stuff. We can definitely do some liquids. You know what I can do is just kind of give you. I've got some liquids on here. It gets a little bit like this is like a mojito or whatever. That's got stuff on the side of the glass. Yeah, a liquid area. You have to think of it as sort of a surface. So you have to think of it like, okay, let's say we're like a see-through area, right? So let's say we have a glass and there's a see-through area like this, and the liquid comes down like that, and we've got a glass full. Let's just make a glass actually. So we'll just make a glass like this. And I'll sort of give you my like lowdown on it. You know, you have to think about where the liquid is inside there. So, you know, the liquid's going to be there. It's going to be inside the glass. But you have to think about the environment that's around it. So that's the key part. So this top section you'll have this top section which will be getting hit by the light, right? So you'll have like this top section of the liquid which is getting hit. But then you have the glass that's in front of this too, right? So the glass that's in front of this is going to have that shine on it, and you may get a really strong highlight, right? So you may get a really strong highlight. I'm just putting this in white so you can see it actually. A lot of times if it was the environment, it would actually just look like this. You wouldn't really see much. You'd see just that, you know, and then we can do that. That's fine. Put this right here like this. And then you would get a highlight that comes over top of that is shining maybe right there or something like that. But then you have to deal with this surface would get some highlights on it too, right? Maybe at the edge of the liquid, you'd get something like this. You know, like around the edges or where things are flowing, like if there's a little bubble on there or something like that, you know, you might get a bubble that's on top, that sort of thing. Like a bubble would be coming up here. Maybe you get a bubble on top like that, you know. But then also the liquid here, the light's passing through the cup, but this thing right here, the glass, but it's also coming out the other side. So a lot of times you'll get like a strengthening of an intensity of color and like a strengthening that happens on this side as the light flows through. And depending on what's happening, you will get values sort of shifting very, very smoothly through here. Now, if we had a an object behind here. Let's say we had a stick, right? We have a stick behind here, and it kind of comes through. It would definitely be affected by the liquid. So we might see it come through the liquid. It would definitely be darker, but you might find that it actually gets a little bit lighter as it comes through here. Like, it actually might come through and look actually a little bit more like this. But again, remember, this makes it a little bit lighter. So it comes through a bit more like that, and then as it comes through the other side, and actually a lot of times the water will displace something, and it will actually be off center. So when you see it, you'll have it. It'll be more like this actually, which is really interesting. Like, you'll have a stick that passes through. This would just be lighter here, and then you'll have this kind of coming out the other side or whatever. You'll get that sort of a thing happening, but you have to think in. It's really tough because you have to think in a lot of different dimensions with that, and then you have to say, well, the cup is got a rim on it, and that's getting hit by the light, and this highlight is there. That's fine, but this would be see-through, a little bit more see-through like that. But then you also have the ground. Like, let's say the ground is hitting the bottom of the glass, and that's going to create a reflection. So I'll do a 10% opacity thing down here, and you have to think through all that stuff, and maybe this side's getting hit by the light as well. So it's a lot of steps and a lot of layers to think through that process of painting something like that. But that's a good start with it. A good start with it is understanding. Like, I like to think of it like I'm painting something that is like this. So I'm painting a cylinder, right? Or like a cup shape or whatever it's inside the liquid or whatever. You're painting that shaped object, right? So the values would be a little bit brighter up top here than they would be below here if the light's hitting there. If the light's from the side down here, then this upper section might be dark, and the lower section of the liquid might be a little bit lighter, which seems weird, but it definitely can happen. It's strange, but that can definitely happen. But you'd get like a weird brightening in this upper section or something like you'd get some weird effects with that. But that can definitely happen. But you have to think about like the thickness of, or I'm sorry, the opacity of the liquid that you're passing through. You've got to think about, is there stuff inside there? Like, maybe there's little bits inside there that are floating around, or maybe there's stuff on the cup, right? So maybe there's little bits inside there that are floating around, or, it's maybe there's stuff that's settling, like sediment that's at the bottom, and so you would have that sort of settling. And if that's the case, you would usually find around the corners things would get a little bit more dense, and the light wouldn't penetrate that as easily. So then you've got that stuff that's sitting there. So it's tricky. It's tough. Like, these are very difficult, but you have to think it's almost like painting 3 textures like this, because this glass is one texture, and that in and of itself is one thing. And then you've got the liquid, which is another texture, and then you've got whatever's inside there, inside that liquid, that also functions like as a texture. So you can see what I'm getting at here, right? It's the same sort of thing that I'm doing here. The light, it's very dense. This is kind of like swamp water. So this swamp water will get very dense at the bottom. Light wouldn't pass through there as much. Light does pass through here, but look at this compared to this, right? It's just a little bit lighter. Like, it's because there's so much density down here with the swamp water, like this stuff up here, like you would get these highlights that are hitting where the light's coming through like that. This definitely does get darker here, but as you get more sediment, it's going to get much, much darker there. But look, the light's passing through. See how it's lighter over here? You also have reflections from the environment that are affecting it. But you have to remember with anything that's more transparent, the environment plays a huge role. The environment really dictates. Like, if this was dark, like a dark background right here behind this swamp water, this would be much darker. Like, right, the swamp water would look like this. You might have a brighter section up top, but the swamp water would look a little bit more like that, because you have just a dark environment, and you'd be seeing through that, and that dark value would show through. So that gets pretty complex. But if you think of it as a solid object first, and where would the light be hitting, and what would it do, how would it, and then think about it going inside, and how would it bounce around, and then get some references and sort of break it down that way. But remember, you're doing multiple textures there. So that's a good question, though. It's a good question. Hopefully that helps. What's the texture under the axolotl supposed to be? Let's take a look. Let's see. Where's the axolotl? Oh, that was. Oh, what was that fish? Oh man, there was a fish that looked like that. It's almost like the side of a skate fish or something, like the wing. I mean, what was that though? I can't remember. It was some particular fish that looked really weird. But you know what's funny is it ends up looking like it might be where they pulled the idea from. It looks like Thanos' chin. So if you look at this, like if you look at Thanos' chin, it looks like it ends up looking like like that, very much like that. But there's a sea creature that looks like Thanos' chin. Sea creature that, let's look it up and see if we can find it. That looks like Thanos' chin. Maybe we won't find it, but let's see if we can. Maybe it's in here. Maybe I will get lucky and it'll be in here. The blobfish is hilarious. I should do a texture of a blobfish at some point. There is a particular, I can't find it. There's a particular fish that has, like, it has weird shapes like that. So I just turned that section of the fish into that texture. It does look like Thanos's chin, though. Okay. I'd like to see you work skin in oils. It's a different story. It's very similar. Very, very similar. You know, it, like this particular painting of Pip is very similar to how I would work in oils. It's of course like, you know, you have to think in terms of layers, but in a lot of ways you can get it to look more real. You can build up the paint and have the highlights hitting, and in some ways you can get it to look just much more real. You do have to modify the value scheme. You have to drop the value scheme and make it much more mid-range. It'd be very difficult for me to pull this off in oils. This one right here. This one right here would be very difficult in oils because it's so bright, and to get the colors to be that much more intense, I probably would have to shift it down to more of a mid-range. It's just any lighter value scheme like this would be very tough in oils. To get it to read right, it just looks washed out and weird. You know, you can do it, but it's tough. So it works the same though. It works exactly the same. You layer things down, and I'm sure I have some. Painting like that of, you know, of skin tones and here's this painting of my wife. It's not the greatest picture of this, but here's the painting of my wife. It kind of looks more like here, let's open this in Photoshop. She was under a light actually when we did this, and so you can see how red she was. In reality, it's actually a bit darker. Like it looks more like that. Yeah. So you can see like this was a quicker study that I did, but I build it up in the same sort of manner, and the shadows were very close to the lights on her when I was painting her. But she had a light right next to her head, and she was really hot. So I told her, I was like, babe, your face was so red. I said, I just painted it how it was, you know. But I build it up in the same sort of manner. You can see, like, I think when I did this one, I was doing it as a demo at a friend's. Yeah, it was at a friend's studio. He was having like people walk through and stuff. So he just wanted me to do a quick demo, and so I had my wife come in. That's why we just grabbed a light and put it right on her. So I really had to darken the shadows and really adjust that side, like really make it cohesive and darken it a lot, or it wouldn't have looked like anything. It was almost the same value as the left side. So, but you know, you can see like I kind of built up the paint. Like it's tough to see on this, but I built up this highlight here, so when the light was hitting it, you could kind of see it. But there's a good example. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that would be a good example that I could show real quick, skin tone wise in oils. This one was just a fun study. I don't know if this one. You can see sort of the effect of the hair. A friend of mine had a wig that she was trying out, and I was like, I need to paint you in that wig. I was like, I need to paint you in that wig. Come on. And she let me. There it is. Yeah, so you can see, like, look, see, this is me duplicating that effect with my brush strokes, right? And, you know, I'm understanding that, okay, that lighter part of the wig, that hair where the fold comes over her forehead, you know, that's where I really want that highlight to be. That's where I'm really going to showcase what's happening lighting wise with the hair. This is a quick sketch, but you can sort of see how I'm building up those tones and how how I'm putting in. It's very subtle. It's very subtle. The colors at this point, because I'd rendered in that a little bit. I've laid down a lot of strokes. Initially, it was very strong in those cheek areas and stuff like that. But I also wanted to keep her a little bit more muted because her hair was just so crazy, on this. So I didn't want to try to compete with that color wise. It's actually much more colorful than it even looks like, because it's just her hair is just insane. Let's see. I think that's probably, those are the ones I have like right on hand. I'd have to search for the other ones, but I have them somewhere. But yeah, it is trickier in oils. It's trickier for sure. But let's see. Hey, good, Nick. No worries if you have to go. No worries if you have to go. Glad you can paint along too. Let's see. Yes, Pip is my daughter. This is my daughter, if you guys are wondering. Yep, she's a cutie. Okay. Hey, Seth GNO. Seth, no, I guess. Literally every time slot for LBX, I come back here. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. You guys are awesome. Great question. I mean, so many good questions. It's a really good discussion. Yep, I'm putting all these on my YouTube channel. Yeah, I'll cover that again just so everybody knows. I think after I finish this video, I rendered out the other one from yesterday. And so I'm going to put that up on YouTube today. And I don't think I'll need to edit these too much. We didn't have any downtimes or different things like that. We had a couple of little weird things that happened, but no real big downtime. So I think these would be fine to just put them up there. So I'm going to put them long format up there on my YouTube. Everybody can kind of look at those, and it might be helpful to go back through them. I think people would like that. And look, if you like textures and you want to keep exploring this, you want to keep doing it. I do have a class on schoolism. My class on schoolism is on understanding textures. I have another one too on the essentials of realism, which help you just sort of, it's the same way I break down textures. I break down how to get something to look realistic from my perspective and from my training. So check out those two classes if you want to sign up for one of those, or, if you have a subscription there, you can check them out too. But let's see. Okay, let's see. Loving this so much. Thank you, Jonathan. Okay, no problem. Yeah, you'll catch this as a replay. Rally Van Minks. Infinite Painter is awesome, Foster. I love Infinite Painter. Love it. Yes, there's a way. So I will be putting this up on YouTube. It will be on Twitch available. Also, the brushes that I have, besides this one that I just created to put over top of somebody, it's like a fence, looks like a fence kind of. I wonder if it was a fence texture. Actually, it might have been. But all these brushes that I'm using, if it's Kyle brush, that you can get to that. Let's see if I had that still up. Where's the Kyle brush thing? I'll look it up again. Here, let's look it up again. Kyle brush. Just look up Kyle brush Adobe Cloud or something like that, and you'll get to here, and you can see how to grab those brushes here. So they're all Kyle brushes. Pretty much most of what I was using is. I have other stuff like, like Houston Sharp, Justin Gerard, and all this. But there's so many good brushes. I just didn't feel the need to like make a whole set of my own. They're so good. So, yeah. So the patterns with overlaying that on folded cloth, the way to do that is if you missed it, the way I put this pattern over top of this will show you sort of a way to do that. Here, let's get rid of that. So if you missed this one, when we put this like weird stocking texture like over top of that, you can see, look back through the video. You can just kind of scrub through and see when this is on the screen, and that will show you how we did that. Yes, so the seed rows, that's exactly how I did the strawberries. That's a good point. That's exactly how I did the strawberries. You can see, like, I took a patterned brush, I created a custom brush, got that pattern, and then just, adjusted it a bit in the lights. And you can see, like, when you back up, it reads like a strawberry. So you just have to look at what the pattern is. The strawberry has a weird, like, hexagon with a seed in the middle. Like, it's like a hexagon with a seed in the middle. It's strange, but... I wish those brush sets were available on Clip Studio. You can you can get them. If you ask around, you can get them, So that's all I'll say about that. You can probably find them. I think the Frazetta Museum is done. I think the kids actually maybe they opened it back up because the kids had a whole falling out. Like it was a whole big thing, and they like split up. A bunch of his art isn't there anymore. A lot of his art isn't there. It's a shame because some of the kids wanted to keep the museum. Other ones just wanted to sell his art and take the money, and it was tough. You can find my classes on Schoolism. So actually, if you type, somebody was asking where they are. If you type !Schoolism, you can see like a link to get to my classes, so you can do that as well. Oh, somebody posted it. Thank you, Sebastian. Thank you. You posted it right up for him. Yes. And I can't. Okay, so a large format pool, like a pool image, when you deal with that texture, or like a lake or something. What you can get, like, so a large format pool, it's the same as doing like a glass. So this is awesome. This guy's like totally jumping. It's the same as doing a glass or like that little cup that I had, because if you look at the surface is getting hit like that, except you're not going to be down below it, right? You're only going to be above it. So the values are changing for like where those steps are. But look, that breakup pattern for the surface, that's showing you the waves. That breakup pattern for the surface is showing you the waves. So if you get the other values right in there, and then you get that breakup pattern for the surface correct, you only have to get, I would probably paint the underneath first, get those values and colors right, and whatever kind of shifts. Things that are close to the surface will generally be a little bit lighter. And then you get that surface breakup pattern, and you can get it. You can nail it. I mean, you can see that in the way people paint. Like, if you look at Sargent's like watercolor paintings, you can get an idea of how he got that stuff. You look at just look at how he simplified things. Look, so you're like, okay, how did he simplify this water? Like, that's the breakup pattern. Boom, just like that. So you can get real like good clues from people. Like, look, breakup pattern is there. He understands that. So I gotta come up with a better name than breakup pattern, but I think it works. I guess how it breaks up, I don't know. Let's see. So cars and like how cars reflect light is actually that's a very tricky thing. That would take, I've got to actually stop at 5. So that would take a really, it's a multifaceted, concept, because you have chrome on cars, which is different than the body, which is like more of like a gloss with the paint, or maybe it's not glossy with the paint. Maybe it's more of a matte surface. They change quite a bit with cars. I will tell you something though that is awesome. Like a shortcut to that, like if you want to know how to render cars, How to Render by Scott Robertson is so good. He's just a master at that stuff. He's a beast. So this book right here, How to Render by Scott Robertson, this is very, very good. He goes through a lot of like how he does it. He talks about his brushes, talks about the way he does it. Like you can see like the surfaces there. That's a great one. To see, my take on textures here is like a rough and like it's very visual, it's very rough and gritty, and like this is how you get it done and this is how you simplify it. He goes into the science and goes into like you can really dive in. You can take whatever you want from that and then pull it back out, but he's just a master at doing cars like that and stuff. So I think he'd be the best one to look at. Okay. Thanos' chin. Yeah, there you go. You guys got it. Yeah, you got. I can't remember which one it was. Hey, art by Smashley. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. To be totally honest, you're saying my art's amazing, and when I look at the other Lightbox artists, I kind of feel I feel intimidated. I got to be honest. Like I totally do. So whenever people come up to me, they're like, "Oh, I feel so intimidated, like to talk to you." I just start laughing because I'm like, "Yeah, I'm intimidated to talk to Nathan Fowlks, to like guys at the last Lightbox. I was at the same booth as Craig Mullins. Like Craig Mullins was in my booth. I only saw him for like 5 minutes because he wasn't there. He was too busy. But the booth I was at, so people kept coming up and they're like looking at me and they're like, "Oh, not Craig Mullins," So it was funny. No, I totally feel humbled when I see their work, and I mean that honestly. I'm not just like blowing smoke. Like I legit, like I feel like, I mean, I was like next to like Greg Manchess, like, Craig Mullins, like, I mean, just it's, but the thing about it that you'll realize is like, I might be able to do something. Somebody else might not be able to do the things that I'm doing, but they can do their things super, super well. And then you have some people that are just great at everything, and those are the ones we want to kill. But you'll get there. Like, you'll specialize, you'll find your niche, and you'll find what you want to do. And I initially thought that I wouldn't fit in at schoolism, because I thought, I'm coming from a different background. I thought that I wouldn't quite, it couldn't quite gel. And Bobby was like, well, that's the beauty of it. So I'm really happy to be here. But I appreciate you saying that, but yeah, I feel totally like when I'm around those artists, I feel totally inept. So if anybody else feels like that, I'm with you. Let's see. Okay, it's been great. Okay, good. Okay, yes. Oh yes, thank you, Zone A Fly. Yes, when you're in this, you can just click Get More Brushes. Dang it, thank you. Where is it? It's in the. Oh yeah, you go to the Brushes tab, and then you can click Get More Brushes. Thank you. That's the easiest way. That's the easiest way. Get More Brushes. It takes you right here. Sign in to download those. And yeah. So there you go. Okay, that was the much easier way. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, let's see. I do cover, I don't have time to paint see-through cloth today. However, I do have that on my class. Not trying to, I am running out of time. Not to, I'm not trying to push you there, towards my class, it's not like a shameless plug, but I do have it in there. And I talk about see-through fabric. But I will tell you this will help you. It's very, very similar to liquids. So when I'm talking about liquids here, I'm talking about this kind of thing, it's very, very similar. It just is, it will have the attributes of fabric where certain parts will catch light and certain parts will cast shadows. And, but it's very similar to fabric where it's going to change the value scheme of what's behind it. So if you think about it that way, it's easier. So. It's the imposter syndrome world, and we're all living in it. That's right. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's in Stroudsburg, PA. It's near us. It's right near me, but yeah, I know the museum's closed because COVID, yeah. Yes, to get Kyle's brushes officially, you need the subscription. Yes. They're around though. They were around, like he gave so many away for free and stuff too, like let you download some ones for free. They're around. So let's see. Okay. Yeah, you can probably, I think I got them off Gumroad like a long time ago, so. But you can, look, the exact brush is not the important thing too. Like the reason I like this particular brush, so this particular brush that I use, like don't worry too much about the brushes. The reason I like it is because when I turn, like these are the things I like about it. It's a rougher application. I can press lightly and have it be more textured. I can press hard and have it be, pretty opaque. So, or I can just kind of get like a rough texture like this. I can do that type of a thing, and it changes the the direction based on where I tilt my Wacom. So if I had all those other things in another brush, I'm good to go. So it doesn't. I could paint with a different brush than this. I just like this one. So there's lots of good brushes. Don't feel like you have to. There's so many good ones that people use, and lots of free ones too. Lots of free ones. So don't feel too much. It's more the reasoning behind it and more the understanding that makes the difference. So yeah, the brushes they are important. I'm not saying they're not important. They are, but you can, I ended up using a brush today that I've never used. I used this swirl brush, and because I was like trying to find something that could give me what I needed for that. And this worked, and it is smoke. Now that I look at it, it really is like a smoke thing. Like can see like curls of smoke. That's pretty cool. But I didn't use it for that purpose, so I used it for hair. So you just kind of, you can do, whatever you, if you're creative, you can use whatever brush. So, okay. Yeah. So to do, it depends on like which material study. It depends. So like the skin ones, like maybe this one with the sunburn might take me like, I don't even know, like maybe like a half hour or something. But then something that's much more intricate like this octopus might take me like an hour and a half or 2 hours. Something that really gives me trouble and I don't do it right might take me 3 hours. So you just, this giraffe was actually super quick. I actually painted a flat version of that fur and then, or skin or whatever, and then warped that around a sphere. So I painted the flat version of the pattern, and then I warped it, and then I just added values over top of it and stuff like that. So certain ones take longer to figure out. Certain ones are more difficult. Certain ones are more demanding, and you can kind of get a feel for that as you go through. So yeah, and a lot of times if you're figuring it out and you're problem solving, give yourself time to do that. Give yourself time to problem solve and figure it out, and don't feel like you have to solve it in 20 minutes and you have to have the sketch done in 20 minutes. You can learn those methods later, but don't feel like you have to do that. So, yeah, you could, Yanni Lucifer, yeah, you can totally make your own brushes. Exactly. There's no, of course. Okay. Which one was my favorite? I'll end on that one. That was a good one. Oh, man. Which one was my favorite? That's a tough one. I really liked, let's see. I really liked, the slime one was like really hard, but this one was really hard. It was very difficult. I actually had to redo it like 2 or 3 times because it just wasn't getting the right feel. So that one I'm kind of partial to. It was fun because I just really had to learn a lot. It was frustrating, but it was fun. This like magma one was really fun, like figuring out how to get that to look like it was glowing and stuff. That was really fun. What was the best one though? I think this gummy one was pretty funny. That was pretty fun to do. Yeah, I don't know. Like they all were like kind of painful in one way. And let me move this back. They were all kind of painful in one way, but but I learned a lot through it. So I think the giraffe one, like when I did that, it was really fun. That was really funny. I was having a blast with that. Or maybe the hippo. That's, I don't know if hippos do that when they poop. It's like ridiculous. But yeah, I don't know. I had a lot of fun with a lot of these, but I think probably the slime one was really a blast to do. Yeah. It's always great when you can creep people out too. You can do one that really creeps people out. So, this PSD isn't available yet, but I do, when I finish and I get to my 500, I'm thinking of what I'll do. I might want to sell like a poster of it or something like that. Or you know what? I might get to the end and I might just release it and tell everybody to do it. I don't know. I'll see what I want to do with it. It isn't available yet because it's not done, but I'm thinking of ways to release it. There's a jelly belly. There's a little jelly belly. If you guys know jelly belly, jelly beans. This is bubble coral. This was actually really hard. That bubble coral, that was really hard. There's Mars. Mars-ish. Something that's Mars-ish. So there's fun stuff on here. Yeah, so that's awesome. I'm glad to hear you guys say that. Yeah, I think it'd be fun to have a poster, just a massive poster with like all these textures. I think that'd be a blast. That'd be really good. So, yeah. All right, guys. Well, hey, thank you so much. Great questions, great interaction. I think we covered quite a bit. Like I said, I wasn't going to be able to cover everything, unfortunately. There's just so much, there's so much texture-wise to cover. But we did good. We covered quite a bit. We were able to paint like different skin tones. I think I was able to help you guys quite a bit with that. And and a lot of different things. And there's always going to be questions. I know there's lots of different textures, but I would encourage all of you to really try it out on your own. Try it out on your own. Try out different textures. If you want me to walk you through it, check out my textures class, and I'll help you through it. You can see me kind of organize it, and I go deeper into. It's a lot of what you heard today, but I go deeper into it, and I even have I have like a system that's laid out there for how you can have different ratings for textures and different things like that, and break that down into my methodology there. But yeah, try these on your own. Try them. Go for it and see what happens. It's so fun. I mean, it's just pure learning, which is amazing. I love that. So awesome. I'm glad you guys. The Pixel one. You like the Pixel one? That's funny. Yeah, that was out of the box thinking one. There's one online that almost looks exactly like that. It looks almost exactly like this. But the reason I wanted to do it was because I wanted to see how I would actually do it with my brushes, like if I can get a brush like that. So I kind of copied that one, and you can find one that's very similar. But I wanted to get a square brush and see how it would actually work. So this one I did on my own though. This one was in Infinite Painter as well. That weird like alien shield looking thing. That was an odd one. So yeah. Awesome, guys. I'm glad you liked the stream. I will be back tomorrow from 2 to 5. Tomorrow is more of a fun stream. So from 2 to 5, I'm going to start with a sketch, and we'll have textures involved in that, because I'm going to start with a weird sketch of a creature. I'm going to do it tonight, and then I'm going to have you guys all tell me what to add to it. So I'm just going to look through the chat. If something strikes my fancy, I'm going to add to it. So if somebody says, give him an umbrella, or give him a peg leg, or whatever, I'm going to start doing that, and we're going to end up with something pretty funny. So we're just going to have fun. Like, really, the stream tomorrow is just a chill stream, like sketching, having fun, doing crazy things, ending up with some kind of weird sketch, and something just fun. But it will put to use all these texture information, all the other information that I've been talking about. But it's going to be fun. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'll do a weird sketch tonight. And oh yeah, the Cheeto, yeah. Yeah, these are fun. There's a unicorn in here, in this bottle right there. There's a unicorn. All right, guys, thank you so much, and I will catch you tomorrow if you're there for the stream. It's gonna be a fun one, and thanks for all the great questions, and you guys are awesome. And get out there, do some textures yourself, give it a shot, give it a try. And listen, if you do any textures or you're doing anything like that, tag me on Instagram, or tag me. I want to see what you guys are up to and what you're doing. And, I love seeing that stuff. It might take me a little bit to get back to you, but I do go through all those, and I love seeing that stuff. So give it a shot. You guys are awesome. All right. I will catch you guys on the next stream tomorrow. We'll have some fun. Thanks again. And again, remember, this will be up on YouTube. This will also be here on Twitch. You guys are the best. Take it easy. Bye. Bye-bye. See you guys.